I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know the game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment. Let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick Nick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
Watch out, people. Watch out. Me get my jersey already. So you know it's like Ali Cup up. Ali Cup is not a Folly Cup. August 12 and 13, 137 Mountain View Avenue. You know it's an Excel headquarters that. That one you go loud, it's a pro. So come bust the crowd and the cloud. Cause we got have fun. Yo, hear me now. If you now do the right thing, you are do the wrong thing. From you are do the wrong thing, you are going to get a spanking. Camp out with football, samba, now the ranking. Chris, if you push the boy them off of the gully banking, rise up in the morning, Father God may have to thank him. Praise the Most High before me get me there cranking. It's all about Ali Cup, August 12 and 13, Delaware School Darcy to the fullest. So be there. Remember, Aggie Animal, striving for excellence. Mad.
All right. Good morning and welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am Manningsman. And I have some guests that are going to be here with me this morning. You know them very well. But before I introduce them, I'm giving them there in the back room, putting on their makeups, making sure that everything is all lined up and stuff. Putting on their makeups and changing into the appropriate attire to make sure that the video is top class and top quality. But I am so delighted to be back with you this morning on I Am Sure Sports. In fact, it is afternoon, right? And we're going to have a very good show today. I'm going to be bombarded with questions and the call-in line will be opened as well so you can call in, all right? So here are some things that we're going to do. We're going to ask you to, as usual, hit the like button, subscribe, like, and share, right? All of that you can do. If you have not yet subscribed to the platform, share the content, and also like. As you know, due to circumstances, I'd say beyond our control, the channel is going through a process of remonetization. All right. But if you so desire to contribute to the channel, we can help you in providing you with details to do so in the meantime. In between time, however, we have the one who was holding things down. There were three persons who were, and we have one here. His name is none other than the mighty Stan Kronke. Sir Kronke, welcome. Good afternoon.
Matt is here.
I don't know what is going on with the internet today.
Difficulties. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but the internet seemed to be a problem.
I have no idea.
I don't know if because you're using the background Cause it's freezing up.
Yeah.
All right. So while Kronke gets his thing going, let me just say, listen, welcome to all of you. Let me just see those persons who are on the chat right now. Omar Fowlin, Paul, there's a documentary, Ricardo, Maggio up, first responder, blessings man. Paul Watkins, Mr. United, Daniel Simmons, Unseen Sports TV, bless up. Jason, you're still in Jamrock? Maybe we need to link up in RR 1738. Indeed, Wayne Evans, Kevin Williams, Brain Drain in the building. Yeah. All right, Katarock refuses to come on with camera. So let's add him. Kronke, you're freezing up. You want to sign out and sign back in and see if that will make a difference? And do it without the background and see if it will make a difference.
It's nothing to do with the background. It's Selassie Jah whipping him, beating with lightning and thunder for his heresy and blasphemy against the reggae boys. But the pastor is back. And man, there's some baptism that you have to do, you know, because there's some baptism that you have to do because I had made some bold statements regarding the Mary Gray. So you can tell me time and place, which River Jordan are you going to be dipping the Katarock in?
I hear it. Well, let me big up the people in the meantime. Demo, of course they did, man. It was very, I know people wanted me, and Demo is talking about, I had done a video asking persons to submit some videos to send to the team. They were sent to the team captain, Andre Blake, who passed them on to the players. So they did listen to them, and they did make a difference. So fully appreciated, man. They were done. All right. So don't worry about it. They were done. All right. So bam. So
yeah. How you never asked me to make no video for your team, for motivate the team.
All right, Katarock, you have to listen now. I did a video inviting people to do a video. If you did not see the video, it was not special. It wasn't special invitation. A video was done on the channel a day before the game for persons to do a video, and those videos will be sent to the players. So if you didn't watch the video, then you wouldn't see it.
I'm saying, this is Katarock, the oligarch. We don't get general admission tickets. I should have gotten a VVIP message. Okay. Because I see a message as Demo.
There was no message. It was a video done. And what is wrong with him? Anyway, people, moving right along because we need to get through. And I'm not going to be distracted. Big up, Richie Royal. Coach Stennett, bless up yourself in the building. Again. All right. So let me just so today what we're going to do, Kronke and Katarock, Andre is going to be on there going to talk about the journey from Leighton, bless up yourself as well. The journey from the beginning, which is from Austria all the way to Vegas where the team. Also going to share with you a little bit about the experience. And like I said, the phone lines are open to persons who can call in and ask whatever questions they have. And as best as I can, I will answer them. But I can just say that it was indeed a great privilege and an honor to be a part of this. And I thought it was a good experience. Ultimately, the final hurdle was not crossed, which was to get into the final and win it. But I think given the circumstances of travel in particular and changing time zone, I think that the team did well and could have done better. But you win some, you lose some, and I hope that we would have learned lessons from this to really propel us as a team, as a Jamaica national team, to higher levels in the sports in general. And like I said, I'm going to share several things that I would have observed that are changing. But one thing, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you don't have to correct. The journey from Austria to Las Vegas, I think Andre's journey ended way before that.
Okay, well, we're not
just for the record.
Yeah, but I will not
The
be sharing.
Jamaican national big men's team, the Reggae Boys, had a journey to the semifinals in Las Vegas.
So we will not.
Andre stumbled several hurdles before us. You also said that we stumbled at the final hurdle. I just wanted to be clear that Trinidad stumbled many hurdles before Jamaica, just for the
Okay.
record.
So the journey that I'm going to be speaking about is about the journey of management, and Kronke is going to lead some of that discussion. But I don't know why Katarock is insisting on us discussing Trinidad.
Management, I will take over from here. Thank you. We will try to block any noise in the background because we have a lot of noise, and the noise is a constant one. Management, welcome, and Mr. Katarock, so-called oligarch, so-called compromise, so-called probably some semi-corrupted, whatever you call yourself nowadays, because you can't talk to me. I'll beat you like, you know what, like a kid. So we're not going to go into that. We're not going to digress. You don't need to speak. We're not digressing. We're going to management. It's about management today. Only about management, or I should say, the manager. Only about the manager today. We don't call it management anymore. There's an M in the names about the manager. Mr. Manager, how are you doing?
What a name. I'm giving thanks, I mean, I think listen, firstly, I must say, Kronke, it is a pleasure being back just on the platform. And I'm going to tell you why, right? A lot of the love we received overseas, like I remember in the States, like, let me not preempt you, but I am doing good. I'm going to share a big story in Chicago and just how the diaspora kind of came up big for the team. But you go ahead and then I'll
So we're gonna have for the audience and for Katarock and others sort of a more. Give me 1 second. Can you turn that noise down in the background, please? I have some distraction here. Sorry.
So
we're gonna have a more.
The distraction was going to be on your side.
Yeah. We're gonna have a more chronological discussion of your experience with the national team, starting with you assume the role on an interim basis. And the first question is more about what was the experience like, right? You're going to have most of the discussion. I'm just going to plug in questions as we go along. What was the experience like? Your first time doing this? Obviously, not the first time managing. You run organizations. But tell me what was the experience like? And more importantly, as you go along, how does that contrast with managing in a normal, say, corporate or church environment, for example?
Yeah. All right, so I think the difference, let me contrast it, is just that the footballers, in terms of earning power, you know that a lot of the footballers, they earn huge salaries, right? And they are in a high-level professional environment from top to bottom in terms of how they are dealt with, how the very simple things are managed, basically from the ground all the way up top. And so many times when they come into like national programs, the level of professionalism may not be there. And so to manage that, to almost lower their expectations of the level of professionalism and still be a professional with lower expectations or a lower ceiling can be very difficult to manage. In other words, you're taking a top tier manager to a lower tier and expect the same level of output and professionalism. And how do you manage that when their expectation is way higher than you're able to provide at the time?
So here's a question before you go further, which is that a resource issue or is that a people issue?
I think it in our context, I'd say like we have a far way to go as a nation in terms of resources and personnel. Let me give you an example, right? It's going to be very difficult to compare a manager, a physical trainer, a medical personnel in a Jamaican context with a person who manages like a club like City. So when a player comes from like a Manchester City or an Arsenal or a West Ham or Aston Villa, and they have persons who are highly qualified and highly exposed, and they interact and interface with someone who developed their craft on the island, who is doing well in Jamaica, that whole thing it's miles apart. In other words, the best in Jamaica in that is still miles apart from the person operating. So it is increasing the capacity of those who serve in those areas and bringing in, I believe, a lot more professional to help bolster the human resource to bring it up to higher standards. That's how.
And before you go further, as we go along the discussion, we should park some of those items and come back to them. So, for example, if you're saying from a standard perspective, we're not at the level we need to, the question is going to be subsequent, but not now. I'm going to do this chronologically. What do we need to improve, and what's the timeline for getting to that level? So keep going.
Yeah. So you have those challenges, which I believe that we need to look at. Fee for opportunities. What are the opportunities for getting financial resources, for example, to better staff and equip you at the administrative and in the technical areas of the football, so you can at least get to the level of say a Mexico. I'll give you a good example is, and I know Katarock raised some of these issues in the whole discussion that he was having. When the USA or Canada travels, I remember we went to one of the training grounds that we went to prepare. Canada was there like hours before us, and the persons who run the facility was saying that when they came, they had like several drones and like they had their own TV screen set up to watch and video what is going on, and we thought like we're bringing like a lot of equipment. The guy said they had like triple what we brought, right? So you know that is not just personnel, but that is financial resources to be able to invest in those things. So though I believe that where we are at, we are probably ahead of the Caribbean, a lot of the Caribbean islands, we are still miles apart from the USA, Mexico, and Canada in terms of just some of the equipment that we have. And we have to find ways of narrowing that gap, because there are benefits to being able to do that. So the staffing is a next issue, right? When you look at the fact that they have 5-6 masseuse, so that means nobody gets really tired. So if you have 3 for 23 players, you're looking at 7 per masseuse, right? And say you get to a venue 2 hours before. Just think about the time. If one player needs 30 minutes, how many you can really massage during that time? The USA, they have multiple persons. Canada, they have multiple persons, right? Not only do they have more persons, but they have persons who operate in a professional space at a higher level over a longer period of time, meaning that they are greater experience. Yeah.
Well, it also translates back to, if you think about how we're going to build up the infrastructure to develop players in Jamaica, you can see exponentially what that means, right? If at the national team level we have that differentiation, imagine you go further down, what that entails. He's just going around because he's challenged because he's not speaking. It's very difficult for him. He has to move, he's not speaking. So as you go through the process, what were some of the major challenges that you encountered? Not necessarily from a logistics standpoint, as you talk about resources for the comparatively with other countries, some of the challenges that you experienced and some of the lessons learned as you go through the process.
All right. So like, all right. Major, like for me, let me give you some of the major lessons, right? Like one, like travel is not as easy as I thought it was. Especially when, remember now how the Jamaican thing worked out, which is why I think like certain places are already ahead of us. So remember, Jamaica left from Jamaica to Austria to come back to the States, which means every bit of equipment you needed for the Gold Cup, you had to take from Jamaica to Austria. So imagine moving balls and cones and all of that equipment from Jamaica on commercial flight, not a chartered flight. Imagine getting to an airport to check off those things and to check them on. When, remember now, the traveling party from Jamaica at the beginning was 8 persons. So imagine 8 persons with massive amount of luggage moving from Caribbean to Europe. So those things now, you understand, but that's where we are as a nation. It was done. But let's look at if the USA was doing that, or if Canada was doing that, or Mexico were doing that. How would it work? Here's what would happen. They would probably have an aeroplane chartered, dedicated for that purpose. Dedicated to just bring their equipment, and their players travel separately with a whole group of people going in that airplane. Or they have a jet that has that with their like probably 10 or 15 persons who are over equipment that manages that by itself.
So management have been accused of being compromised. I've been accused of being corrupt. So let me first thank you for inviting me. I know the audience missed you. They had to put up with Katarock, the likes of Kronke, the talker, and Andre. But I thought we carried the banner well enough on your behalf. So let me start, Mannings. I can't accept that, because I'm going to give you another alternative, which is that equipment could have been sent to the United States and not the same equipment that was in Austria. That would have been another. Hold on. That would have been another logistical.
You're missing the point, though. Kronke's asking me about the challenges that I face. You're providing.
Yes, and I know.
No, but what you're doing, you are providing a solution as if it wasn't not a problem for me. So you're going.
I'm not saying it was not a problem for you. I'm suggesting
we don't reach the solution yet.
Hold tight.
Maybe I give him the answers for the test, and maybe then he'll be able to follow along, because he's not following along. The question was, what are the challenges you face? He's gonna give you the challenge, but part of the challenge will be lessons learned to have solutions going forward.
Exactly.
But you want to say, Katarock? Go ahead and say.
So the other thing that I would want to say to you, Mannings, is when you speak about this, I want you to understand that Jamaica did reach 2 previous Gold Cup finals with the similar challenges. And therefore, one of the things you'll have to address frontally is why, with better playing personnel, a brand new kit deal, that's the largest ever, etc., etc. Hold on, man.
You're going way to play now.
No. I'm saying to you, please listen. I'm saying you will have to address frontally why these challenges which you faced, whether they were not faced by the 2 teams that made the finals before.
Katarock, listen to the question that Kronke asked.
Thanks.
That's all I'm saying.
I'll answer this. You're a guest. I'll handle this. Katarock, let's lay some groundwork here. We are not into solutions, because even what you just mentioned about the previous 2 Gold Cup finals and semifinals, we get a lot of feedback about how things didn't work or how they don't work, and we have players complaining. The goal here is to say, lay out for the audience what this looks like, what this all entails. How do we educate and inform ourselves about what actually transpires in that arena? The ultimate goal, Katarock, is not only for us, but for even other Caribbean islands, is I've learned how did management negotiate or navigate through these challenges, and then going forward, what's the optimum solution to mitigate some of these things so they don't manifest themselves again going forward? Does that make sense, Katarock? Is that clear? I want me to write it down for you. When
you're ready to come to the solutions, just indicate the what the Holy God.
All right,
go ahead, man. I apologize.
Me know it's going to hurt you, because me know you have to talk as feel good. Me know it's working out. Trust me, because I speak like you do sometimes, but differently, I must say.
So
go ahead, Manningsman. So it's the floor is yours.
Just to alleviate Katarock of some of his, I don't know, fear or confusion. But so one of the things I did say is that I, just in terms of having seen that for the first time, because that's what I'm talking about, you know, the amount of things that have to move through the airport, I then realized it is important and essential to have the diaspora involved. What do I mean by that? Imagine, which is one of the things I said with the luggage in the beginning, we should have a base in Europe where every single thing we need for training camps is there. And maybe that is central, is to say somewhere in England. So the movement of it is over a shorter distance and gets there quickly, it stays there. Same thing must happen in the States. We should have a central place in the US where we have all sort of training equipment, so that when you have a small, because going ahead, we may have for major tournaments, very few persons from Jamaica on a team per se. So then who is going to carry all of that? So it would be better to have them stationed in the USA, in Europe. So when you go there, you already have stuff wherever you're going, which is a part of the solution. But that's what I observe as, I mean, this was, how do you fix this? How do you fix this? And then having to move them back from there to the States. Now, once you get to the States, it becomes a little bit easier because everything is by chartered flight and all of that. So the Gold Cup organizers prepare stuff for your equipment and something for your players separate, and that goes directly to the aeroplane. But when you have to travel these long distance, it would be good to have bases. And this is why the integration of the diaspora going ahead is going to be critical for Jamaica's football. We can't operate like we can't do what USA does. We can't do what Canada does. We can't do what Mexico does. But what we can do is use our diaspora to be, they don't have to have a diaspora, but they can afford to do it by themselves. We need to connect with our diaspora to implement, I believe, the best solution where this is concerned. Like when the female team was going, everything should have already been in Europe somewhere that they could. So when we were leaving Austria, for example, the Reggae Boys should have left everything there. So when the girls came, everything would have already been there for their camp in Europe.
So Katarock has this look on his face, management. Let me just say this, Katarock. Yeah. What management is proposing is thinking outside the box and thinking of alternate solutions we can employ to best serve our needs, because we can't be, we aspire to be like the industrial nations. We don't have the resources to be able to do so. So how do I come up with alternatives that may be workarounds to achieve the same objective? So, for example,
I just look puzzled because I thought we weren't talking about solutions.
No, because she's doing the solutions for you because you propose solutions. It's not to satisfy you, to shut you up, basically. And it's hard to do. So if we give you something to feed on, we can probably go on to another topic until you finish doing that digest, and we can come back to you.
But go ahead, I'm listening.
Go ahead, management. So, we're talking about the challenges, management, you face.
Yeah.
How you teacher did with you in school, Mayu? How did the teachers manage you in school? Because you seem like you hurt and it's very painful when you don't speak. Management, we are managing, trying to manage on your program, Katarock. You see it? You brought a disruptive person into the discussion, and we're going to have pain throughout this entire session. But anyway, management, the floor is yours about logistics and challenges. I personally
think, though, that we cannot too often, I think, in creating our solutions as a nation, we think about what the bigger nations do. And I'm saying that we have to find solutions that maybe we get the same result, but the methods are different. And
so management, here's a question, management.
I have a good one to give. I have a good one to use as an example. So
no, but here's my point I'm going to make actually. I think that sometimes what companies do, like the Amazon, they get information from their general public. They serve millions of people. And they ask, and other people who sell merchandise ask feedback on their merchandise. You know what the objective that is? It's not only get perspective, it's to understand what can I do to improve my merchandise.
Yeah.
Similarly, with our audiences, we should be engaging our audience. People like Katarock, for example, even though I hate to ask them to do so, about how do I get intelligence about if I lay these things out to you, and you bring back solutions to me, can I leverage some of those solutions and deploy them to address some of the challenges that I have, right? So I think it's good for organizations that you're part of now to do that, because we don't have, as individuals, we don't have all the solutions. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll give you a good example. So normally, and like I said, I can only speak to my personal experience. So you have trolleys, right? You have these trolleys that are like you have to bring with you, so you can when your crates, your crates with the equipment like come out of an airplane, you have to put them on trolleys to move them from place to place. Right? So when we went, I mean, we had a wonderful group of people in Chicago. Good to go restaurant, and what they did, they and this is the diaspora again. They came together. They purchased a couple of trolleys for us. Now, remember, those trolleys have to go in the airplane. So when you come off the next destination, you will have to have them to pack and your crates and all of those things on to move them from point A to point B and all of those things. So you know what I mean? I don't know if you know the trolleys that I'm talking, but people know them. They use them to carry stuff and things. Football teams use them right across. So that is what I am saying. So those are coming back to Jamaica, or they are in Jamaica. Now, what do? Do you then on your next big trip, you put them back on an airplane to bring them back to the States to do the same thing again, because you have to pay to carry them? It's not like they go on an airplane at no cost. So what could be a solution? Again, if you had a place in the US where you have a base, those items could stay there while there's a set in Jamaica.
Yeah.
So it is less money to ship them from place to place, because you're paying to ship a trolley internationally when you could just ship it domestic.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. So if we're going to Atlanta, the people in Atlanta could say, listen, we will get your 3 trolleys. You don't have to bring those from Jamaica. And we will meet you at the airport. Because we can't, like I said, we can't do what USA and Mexico does. They probably, I believe they have way more resources than us to do that.
Right.
So that's something that I saw as a valid, a good solution to a problem, right? So you have those things, a good big story here, easy.
I think Katarock says he's
yeah. So that's the listen again. Like for me, it's just like I don't know. Like let me say this. Andre Blake. I'm very impressed with Andre Blake as a captain. This is like my first like interaction like with him, and I'm telling you that he challenges the leadership, he challenges himself, and he challenges his players. So he will challenge them, and he sets high standards for the players. And listen, he expects the leadership of the football and the management to, if he's challenging his players, he expects them at the management level. And he was not afraid to say, no, but you're the manager, my name's man. You are the manager, Mr. Simpson. You guys need to fix it. He's not afraid to do that, because here's what he goes and he demands. And if he needs to curse, he's going to curse. But what needs to be done? And I think that's a good quality as a leader. You have like a Damian Lowe, very, again, you have leaders in there. Mariappa is a leader. Mikel Antonio. You see these guys as leader in the locker room. So you'd think like, okay, boy, there must be problems. I wonder how the quote unquote English based and the Jamaican born players interact. I don't know what used to happen, but Kronke, you saw nothing that could indicate to you that there is, and Katarock and some of the guys who have been there could speak to this, Neil, that there is any sort of division or local versus overseas. I think that a lot of that has been projected by our platforms. And at least right now, the reality in the team is far from that.
Okay. So here's the question for you. How did you, I'm gonna go back to to you in the manager role. How did you ensure effective communication between all the parties involved? Because that's an imperative to make sure things go seamlessly. So whether it's coaching staff, yourself, the players, the executive management, what did you do? Because what kind of template you use to ensure that communication was transparent, people were informed when they need to, and people actually follow protocol?
Yeah, listen, this is professional football. You understand me? And I mean, here's the thing: I think the coach is a very good leader, So he's strong relationally, and it's one of those coaches that he believes whatever the players want, the players should get, right? Make sure your players are comfortable. And if your players are comfortable, so for example, don't create rules for your players. Let them keep themselves accountable. So listen, you all want to go and party? Go and party. Go and party. And when you challenge, I think sometimes what you do with rules is that when you put a lot of rules in place, people try to break them. But when you challenge your leaders to set standards, then so we didn't have, again, I can only speak to what happened on this trip. We didn't have a lot of problems with players like, oh, man, go party and go drunk, or man, no, because guess what? The thing is that you manage yourself. You keep yourself accountable. Keep yourself accountable. So my dialogue became very easy because of that, because all I needed to do is that, what do the players need? They said they want fruits before training or during training. You make sure that they get the fruits. Now, if they don't eat it, that's okay. But don't let them want to eat the fruits and it's not there. So it's better for it to get wasted than for them to want it and you don't provide it. So that's something I learned very, 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 very early. That it don't matter. They may not want to eat it, but just in case they want it, it should be there. And you have to sit and talk to them, because every single player on that camp is different. Everyone.
Yeah. So Katarock expressed some concern about some of the logistics concerning CONCACAF and how the team was treated. Because his view was that the travel, for example, given you flew from Austria to the US, which is not CONCACAF's fault, but having to go to Chicago, St. Louis, LA, back to Cincinnati, and back to Vegas, was difficult for the team and may have affected performance. What's your view on that?
Yeah, the travel was the travel was difficult because the first game was in Chicago, right? Close travel to St. Louis, but I think some of it had to do with where did you train. So you stay, and it would take you like an hour to get to training, just to get to training, and then an hour to get back. So 2 days of your time. So you can only do one training session per day, because just which is now which is at the level I think I'd love to be able to understand how it works first. How do you decide where the team trains and how far from their base do they train? When does Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Kitts and Nevis choose or get the options to select where they stay and where they train in terms of proximity? And should someone go beforehand to check out these things, like 2 weeks before or a month before, to say, listen, we're staying at X place and the field is so on? Who is responsible for that? Is it CONCACAF, or is it the federation that needs to advocate to have somebody go there, and we need to get all of these things? Or is it that CONCACAF just sets it this way? So first choice to field is the United States. They have taken the best facility, for example, in Chicago. So now here are the other 4. Which one do you want to use? That part, I believe, is where the Caribbean is disintegrated. I feel like right now the Caribbean is at every island for itself. Instead of
so then they're from Mexico and the US and Canada dominate up here. So that's a question that we've been asking ourselves on the program while you were away, was this, which is,
are you gonna just keep talking, Stan Kronke?
Okay, go ahead, Katarock. I forgot you were here.
Until you're asking questions. Yes, because I am familiar with the mute button. Okay, so management.
Yes, sir.
Stan Kronke has led down several roads, and I don't like going back to things, but I'll raise something. I'll just deal with this point exactly. He did honestly put across what my concerns were during the tournament, because even as a fan, that flying about took a toll on me, and I'm not playing the game. But I wanted to ask a specific question.
It did take a toll on the players, though.
No, I know. As I said about the Las Vegas game, and I was not in Las Vegas, but you know that I was in LA for the LA game, right? So I did make the journey across the time zones.
You were in LA? For which LA?
Yeah, he went to watch a game in a bar. So, but yeah, he was in LA.
No, I went to watch it in a bar because I got to no. What happened, my names, is that when person said the game was in thing, I booked the ticket to LAX. I didn't realize that it was another 6.5 hour drive to Santa Clara. When I did, because it was July 4th, there were no flights out of LA to San Jose, and so I ended up in a bar in LA watching the game. But it's still hold on.
His planning was like the previous
JFF you keep talking,
man. No, I'm gonna cut in. His planning management was like the previous JFF, how they plan stuff. His planning was reflective that he shouldn't criticize people who plan. Well, go ahead. The floor is yours.
No, actually, the floor is not mine. The floor is yours because you just keep talking. So, Martin, I want to add 2 questions on the logistics bit. One, is it, and maybe you'll have to find this out and come back in another program, is there a rule or is it simply a convention that on the day before a match, both teams are allowed to train in the venue, whether it's for 1 hour
I have the answer. You don't have to finish the question. That is not done anymore. No team is allowed to train on the venue anymore.
And that will be in World Cup. When did that rule change? Because I don't
know when it changed, but not even for the World Cup, you're allowed. What you're allowed to do is that the day before the game, the team manager, the press officer, and a couple other persons will go to the venue, do a walkthrough of the locker room and the field to see how much time you take from the locker room to the field, where the different things are, and all of those things. And then you come back and talk to the team. But teams are not allowed to train on the surface anymore.
Okay, that's a massive change of quality.
Why is it necessary, though?
No, because my understanding before was that the away team was allowed an hour before or whatever. The media would film the thing for like 15 minutes and then depart, and then afterwards the home team. But it was the familiarization.
So no, but
it was the familiarization.
No, man, I don't like what you're adding. No, but you're adding 2 things that are not connected. So I have to separate them for you.
Okay.
The media is still allowed the 15 minutes. Whether they train and wherever the teams are training, the media is allowed the first 15 minutes. Whether they're using the venue that they're going to play on or not. The first 15 minutes, the competition rules allow for media to do the first 15 minutes.
Okay, so Marians, here's the thing. Yeah. So here's the thing. And you're trying to dissect it, and I'm going to say this to you, and I don't want to be here speaking because I don't want to be rude to anyone in the comment section, because certain man, I'm no longer a host. I'm just a regular panelist so I will behave like that. So, Manims, if the training grounds are an hour's drive apart, then how does the media film the 15 minutes of the Jamaica training and then traverse across Chicago in rush hour traffic? And you know, Chicago was the worst where traffic was concerned, right? To get to the United States training base. It would have been impossible. So even though they okay.
Management, could I good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Welcome,
Afternoon
Andre. Welcome.
Thank
Good
you,
afternoon, Andre.
I just want to get up to speed on the conversation, and it sounds like the conversation.
Chris, you want to get up to speed? Or you want to get up to speed?
Mr. Speed is not here. Mr. Speed is not here. This is a conversation about people who reach the semifinals, but you can join my good friend from the Caribbean.
Okay, hold on. What, that's okay. What I'm hearing is I'm hearing a conversation about distance from training ground and the ability to get on the training ground and work and all that stuff. If I remember, I don't know, management said that you will change, right? You will change and nobody will do anything about it.
Right.
But sometime back I could remember I remember a team in preparation for all of this going to Jamaica to play in 2 practice games. Management, you remember where those games were played? Where was the first game played?
At the National Stadium. And one played in Montego Bay.
Okay, and where was the team staying?
At the Captain Roseberry Center.
Okay, so the first game, how far away that was from where they were staying?
Oh yeah, more than 1 hour.
More than 1 hour.
Yes.
More than 1 hour. And they had to deal with that, right?
Yes.
It could have been made more convenient, but it wasn't. And they dealt with that. Sometimes this is part of the competition to see how well you manage a performance environment.
Yeah.
So why are we
seriously, Andre?
Huh?
Like
it has
seriously?
changed. Yeah.
So what I'm asking, Andre, were you aware that a rule had changed that the 2 teams who are taking place in a competitive match are no longer allowed the customary 1 hour training session the day before at the venue? Were you aware of that, or is it
I just learned that in the last 15 minutes that the rule has changed, and I accept it.
So something that existed for decades.
We don't want to discuss that.
This is listen to me, man. Let me just be straight. This is like hold on now. This is like moving from the 1 false start rule where you're allowed one.
Can I explain to you?
Is the argument that it affected the outcome of the semifinal game?
I am not saying that it affected the outcome of the semifinals, sir. Once again, Andre, you're dabbling in areas where Trinidad is unfamiliar. It's deep waters out there.
I am familiar.
Stay in the shallow end of the pool. Let me just finish my point. I beg you, please. Please, I don't interrupt anybody. Manins, what I'm saying is, this is like the athletics, where the rule changed from when each athlete was allowed 1 false start and then disqualified the next, where you are disqualified at the first false start. It's a massive change because acclimatization to the venue, familiarity with the playing surface was one of the reasons why teams were allowed.
So let me
go ahead. Everybody else speak.
Katarock. Let me just help you because let me just all right. So Katarock. So the general rule is all right, and it makes sense to me. I understand your concern, but remember now, when you come on to World Cups and those things and big tournaments, generally speaking, the surfaces that you train on are quite similar to the surface that you're going to play on. Right, that is how FIFA wants when Jamaica trains, when they go, there is not any major adjustments. You must also understand that in the States in particular, like the stadium in Las Vegas, all right? Let me just give you an example. In Las Vegas, the stadium is, it is entirely, it's closed. It's a closed-up stadium, Allegiant Stadium. It's Completely covered.
It's called a dome.
All right. It's not a stadium. Okay.
It's a dome.
All right. It's called a dome. The dome is completely covered because that's how domes are. So what happened is that the entire surface goes outside and a new one comes in. All right. So it goes outside completely. It has its own sprinkler system and a brand new one comes in. Following me? You understand that? So now, how modern stadiums are built? I don't retractable roof, Pagan says. So the stadium, the surface you see is not like the replant or the patch or stuff. It goes completely outside. One big thing, finds a surface that it's on and it stays there, and then the grass surface comes in. When that is done, they take it outside and then bring back. Go ahead, Katarock.
No man, I'm waiting for you to finish. I'm just indicating that I have a question when you finish.
Right. So I don't think there is any benefit per se of having a training session on the surface you're going to play on, because it's not like the team you're playing on gets to play on it either. If one team were allowed and not another, then I could understand that. Remember as well that when it comes on to the media, but you're talking about the distance between where USA was and Jamaica was. You don't have to do both on the same day. And generally, both teams train at different times to facilitate that. So if Jamaica trains, say, at 11, you'll probably find that the USA training starts at 2. So when you go to the Jamaica one for the first 15 minutes, you can still go to where USA or Guatemala is training for their first 15 minutes.
So, Marins, let me pose two things to you. Firstly, I'll await when Neo Sovereign comes on this program, because Neo attempted to go to the training ground of the Reggae Boys, and it took him nearly an hour and a half. As a matter of fact, he just had to stop with his kids and go eat somewhere and just abandon going wherever else he was going, because of the...
He got lost though, Katarock. You have to add that to the conversation.
Yes, because it was far.
No, he didn't get lost because it was far, Katarock. He got lost because he got the wrong address.
From management.
It don't matter. But
from management.
To use that to justify your cause, it's not...
From the team manager. But anyway, let me get back to the fundamental point. So are you familiar with the mute button though, Dan?
No, I'm not, because you've been talking for a while. Are you going to
get
me
I have not actually. I have not actually.
You've been talking
I've been on for 20 minutes now, and you've been talking.
He's been talking. So you have your last comment, and I'm going to cut you off. You have your last comment, I'm going to cut you off. Go ahead.
So Mannings, well, actually, you've been talking for an hour, Kronke. So Mannings, did you train in Las Vegas at a venue that had a retractable roof, a dome venue, so that the players were acclimatized to the conditions of playing under a dome in LA, in Las Vegas? Because the ball behaves differently when you are playing under a dome without the wind factors, etc. So if you're saying, and I'm asking this, was the training venue in Las Vegas a domed venue?
No, it wasn't a dome. But Mexico didn't train in a dome either. I don't understand the point.
No, I understand Katarock. Katarock, I'm telling management, Katarock goes down these avenues and he can't come back. And he needs to pull himself back and focus on the objective here, which is to educate and inform the audience about what your learnings are, and post-mortem assessment, and then solutions going forward. Now, Andre joined us. Andre, what questions do you have? We'll rotate the questions. So we go Andre, then Kronke, then Katarock for a short duration of time.
Yeah,
go ahead, Andre.
We go up to limit Katarock. So Management is back. Management, welcome back.
Thank you. Did Katarock say welcome back? Thank you.
Yes, he did. He had a good introduction.
I would say It should really be welcome to Jamaica, but I'm not in Jamaica. maybe I leave that for Katarock to do when he gets his turn. My first question to you is you have made a decision that I'm sure was a difficult decision to go and serve your country. There was a lot of conversations prior to that. I don't know if you guys covered that, but at the moment, it looked as though your decision was the right decision. I don't know that some of the concerns that was raised before have borne itself out. I personally have not heard on any of the in any of the news forums where there was any problems with the team. Is that correct?
Listen, there's no problems with the team. Listen, I don't think there was no problems. I think problems came up and they were.
But that's fine. I guess the question I want to ask is, how was the experience?
Like I said, it was a learning experience for me. I mean, being exposed to management, it's a different level. Like I was saying to Kronke, now you have to manage players who are high earners coming from higher levels of professionalism as it relates to the sport itself. So they have very high expectations when you compare to what their clubs offer them that Jamaica can't. So now you have to, how do we manage a person coming from, say, like a West Ham? How do you manage a person coming from West Ham to Jamaica, who we as a nation are not at that place, but you still have to, they have to keep professionalism and you have to be professional, but the standards are different. How do you manage that? Some of that is the player understanding the context, and some of that is as a manager, you have to understand that we have to get better. So we must understand how the players feel and how they are operating and why they will behave a particular way because they're not used to some of these things.
Okay,
and you have to help them in that. Let me just say this, because the first thing you're supposed to do is that, for example, if I'm coming from Manchester United and I say, listen, I can't bother with the bathrooms in Jamaica. People see that as you're dissing Jamaica. Or if you come, you don't know, see, that's a Jamaica state. But when you come from a particular space, it takes adjustment. And I think we have to create that space of leverage to help people adjust to the new environment as you continue to improve yours.
Right. So you use the bathroom. That one, in my opinion, that's a no-no. The standard should be the same wherever you are in the world. It should be a high level. That's just my opinion. But when you
haven't been to the national stadium, but go ahead. Again? You haven't been to the national stadium. But
I know. We haven't.
Angel, let me ask you this: When last have you traveled to Trinidad? When last have you traveled to Trinidad? When last have you traveled to Trinidad?
It's been about a couple of years, but I've seen pictures recently, so I understand what you're saying.
Okay, because I understand what you're saying. In the airports in the States and the airports in Jamaica, conditions are very different.
Right, and guess what? And I'll say this too. Up until recently, we could make the same argument of the airports in England, for example. Right? Okay. It was similar. Recently, I've been there, and it seemed as though there was some upgrade. I think they had a major event recently. But let me ask you this. You said the professionalism that they are accustomed to, that sometimes we are not at that level.
Yeah.
Not being at that level, does that have to do with knowledge and experience, just knowing how things are done at the highest level, or does it have to do with financial resources or both?
A little bit of both. Like for me, for example, like one of the key things I heard is that, but you are the manager. But you are the manager. But you are the manager. So for these players, any issue that they have, you get the feeling that at their clubs, it's not an issue because it is the manager's responsibility. So it shouldn't get to them. So for example, if there's too much salt in their rice, that's the manager's job.
Right.
You may be thinking, but I cook the food. No, what they're saying is that as the manager, you need to ensure that the chef prepares the food to our liking because you are the manager.
Right.
So it tells you that at their club, a lot of issues are dealt with by the management so the players can focus on their game. Like departments do what they're supposed to do so players play.
No, not a lot of the issues, all of the issues, I would argue, haven't been in those spaces. But let me ask you, I have two more questions for you real quick, Kronke, before I move on. And I shared with Kronke that I needed to know this. While you were on the tour before the tournament in Europe, you got a yellow card in a game. Can you explain that? Could you explain how you're not a member of the coaching staff, you are not a player, but you got a yellow card? Can you help us with that?
I think it was that referred to VAR and it was taken back?
No. I said to I made a comment when in news conference to say if VAR was there, it would be the red. But go ahead, explain.
Did the VAR take back? Did the VAR?
No, I don't think so. No.
So they're playing a game, and they say when you hear, I think the whistle, you're supposed to stop writing. All right.
Who is supposed to stop writing?
So I was a scribe for my group.
Okay.
All right. So it's a game called Boys, Girls, Animal, Plays and Things, something to that sort.
Right.
And so we're writing names. So we felt like, so we had two names on the paper because we were the top group, we were leading, and we had all of those. So we wrote two names, and then we would say, all right, which one we're going to do? Let's draw a line through one. So when they said stop writing, we had done writing. So I drew a line through. They were saying that I was writing. So we're saying that there's a difference between writing and drawing a line. So drawing a line is not writing. So that was the reason for the conversation in team building. And they said I was yellow carded, but when it went to VAR, the VAR said no yellow card.
Okay, because that's good, because I was about to tell you that Mr. Holness might have been disappointed.
I thought it was one question each and we were rotating.
Get the last question in, please, Katarock. The next question is I saw a video.
Yeah.
I saw a video, and I don't know if it impacted the game. I don't know when it was taken, because I saw you had a penalty missing a game. So I don't know if I saw a video with you.
No.
Hold on. I saw both you and Simon taking PKs. And,
yes.
And
so what happened?
Hold on, can I ask you a question?
I have the video.
We don't need explanation. Let him finish.
Who is Katarock here? Tell me. So you all were taking PKs.
Yeah.
And it was quite interesting, but I knew it was serious. It got serious when two things happened. One is I saw Simon put down his phone. He kicked one and missed, and I think he put down his phone. I know, well, this is serious. But you had yours kind of took me back to a place growing up in Trinidad, watching cricket, and I used to enjoy watching Michael Holding open the bowling for the West Indies. And you had a very long run-up, very, very long run-up. Can you tell us what was in your mind in that moment?
And no, man, but what I'm saying is that I'd won the whole thing. I think I saved his penalty. So I'd won the first round, and they said, just kick some more. So I said that, all right, let's try some different things. I'm going to use left foot. So if you notice that
was a bad idea.
Yeah, you're right. Because I had already won. I think I dove to my left and saved one and stuff, and Simon missed one. I said, this is a joke thing. Did
that impact the first game? Because there's a PK missing the first game.
No.
Did that have anything to do with that?
This was after training. So I don't think
I'm going to yield my position to Katarock because he likes to talk, but I'll just make one comment, which is neither you or Simon look like a baller. That's all I have to say. Katarock, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Oh my Lord! All right, man. Katarock, yeah. Katarock want to have some serious conversation, so let's get him back on now.
So, man.
Yes, sir.
I did welcome you back, both off camera and on camera.
Yes, sir. You did. Right. I was just. Yeah.
Just for the record.
That wasn't such a nerve.
And Andre, I did inform the viewing public that I'm back as just a panelist. So that kind of good behavior from Katarock may not be on display. Management.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to leave off the point where we were, where the reason for teams training at a venue prior to was instituted, because training at, for example, Arnett Gardens facility for the away team, or at Horace Burrell Center, and then coming to the rocky surface of the National Stadium is different. And so my understanding was that you train there so that the players get a little familiarity with the playing conditions at the venue. That was my understanding. That has been moved or removed. I trust your word. I'm going to do a little research and find out what precipitated this. Because I know up to 2022, when we did the World Cup qualifiers, both teams trained at the National Stadium the evening before, right?
Yeah, but no, Katarock. It's
go ahead.
What I will say is that it's not like the teams that came to play Jamaica were training elsewhere, and then before the game they came and trained. They were training at the National Stadium.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So
why though? Why? Because there's no. Which other surface in Jamaica are you going to send Panama to train to in Kingston?
Well, if it was up to me, I would send him to Boys Town or road at Tivoli, in a very intimidating place where some of them might make it back.
Come on, let's be real.
But but I'm just saying to you that, but that is not only there. Remember that, remember that I traveled to away matches too, right?
What I'm saying
so
to you
is
that Jamaica did not go into, before we played Mexico, we did not train in the Azteca before the game.
No, I do not know about that match, because that hold the moment, no, sir. That was during COVID.
In the Nations League?
Not Nations League. And I said to you the World Cup management. I said the World Cup qualifiers.
We have beat that topic to death. Can we move to another something else?
No. Do you understand when somebody else has the floor, you can mute your mic? I am saying, management, that when I was last familiar, which was the World Cup qualifiers, this rule existed and the rationale for it.
Is it a rule or a favor that was granted?
I'm going to find out.
There you go. Just check if it is a rule. Because in the World Cup, teams did not train for 1 hour on the surface they were going to play the World Cup match on.
Okay.
So is it a rule? But in Jamaica, it will happen because if the games are going to be played at the National Stadium, what other venue is there for the teams to prepare for a game at the National Stadium outside of on the National Stadium surface?
As I said, I'm going to do my research now that this matter has come up.
Okay. All right.
I had a couple of questions, but I will ask 2 and then rotate. I will stick to the rules.
The rules were 1.
Go ahead. Ask the second question. It was 1, but go ahead, because he gave Andre a hard time. But go ahead, ask the 2, because you can't ask 1.
Andre had
You'll die first. You suffer.
Okay, so Mannings.
Yes, sir.
I want to go to where we started about the equipment.
Yeah.
If you would recall, when the Adidas deal was signed, I queried about the content, whether it was just a kit deal or it included equipment. And a number of fudged answers were given, and we were not, things were not forthcoming. Because what I want to understand is, if under a multi-million US dollar Adidas deal, Jamaica doesn't have, and you can answer frankly, if cones to have cones in 2 venues, right? Enough balls to have balls and cones in the United States awaiting the arrival of the team and not having to carry those from Austria, right? And I'm deadly serious about that question.
But Katarock, that can't be a real question, though.
I mean, it can't be a real question.
But the girls just traveled that they didn't use anything that the boys team used. The under 15 was still training.
So
but
that's
my understanding
so that is why I'm sorry, that's what I'm saying to you. The solution. So when I brought something to deal with, remember that, that's what we said. That's what I'm saying, that what Kronke asked was what are the challenges. So I told him the challenge. Now, in terms of solution, I said it, that I believe that the best thing to do is what you are suggesting. That's what we have been saying. So it's not about not having the stuff. But we did say that. So I think like...
Okay, so you say we had the stuff, but it wasn't logistically planned.
But so that's what I'm saying, that the challenge I face is that we have to be moving so much equipment when ideally we can tap into the diaspora and have stuff in Europe and stuff in the States and stuff in Jamaica. So when teams go there, they have them. I didn't hear that part.
No. He was too busy talking. So let me say this.
I know Andre had something that... Go ahead.
Yeah. What I was gonna say, didn't each team got balls from the tournament? I know in these major tournaments.
Yeah. They got, because it's Nike, so they all got footballs. But remember, we had balls that we couldn't use because we had a camp before. Yeah.
Right. And look, it one of the things that jumps out all the time at these tournaments is that we have a responsibility to make sure that we have everything that we need, right? Whether it's Jamaica, St. Vincent, Trinidad, whoever. I know that you guys had a truck, right?
Yeah.
To move your equipment back. You had one truck?
Yeah, we had a big truck, but we also had a bus that we could put other things under as well.
Right. And that it was a I forget what they call the truck, but the USA, I understand, had two of those trucks.
Yeah.
Right?
I said that before, that listen, when the USA and Canada turned up, these guys had multiple people sitting at TV screens with computers, laptops.
Right.
So there are many things. For example,
the staff is about 22 people, and these tournaments, the staff is very big. So we are moving at a disadvantage from that perspective, and we got to work towards getting to that space where we could be competitive, because all those people have jobs that helps the team on the pitch at the end of the day. So
yeah.
So my name's the other thing. We have, every time we have a tournament subsequent to this or prior to this one, not subsequent, we've gotten feedback about travel logistics, equipment. When the girls went away, was equipment. When the team went away, the guys went away, it was travel. What suggestion and perspective have you received from players, administration, personnel, team personnel considered this tournament? I'm sure you guys have done some in the preliminary assessment post-mortem, but we'll do a much more holistic one. What have the preliminary suggestion and perspective been today?
Yeah, like I think for this, especially the whole Austria leg, I think the players were pleased with how, again, financially, I don't think they could afford like players in first class for all the trips. So the States was easy because remember, CONCACAF provides all the domestic flights by charter plane. So that was a good experience for the players. You're in a chartered flight from one city to the next city. So there was no problems, right? You don't hear of anybody saying that, boy, they got stuck here, they were left here and thing. But just again, when financially, I think the administration is limited, a lot of it has to do with still making the players comfortable. So for example, I don't know that this could work, which would be one of my proposals. If I can get you into premium economy or economy premium, right? But you want first class, some players will pay the additional because they can afford to. And I think which means that now, the earlier you book, it is the better it will be. I almost believe do that, get flights early in premium economy, and then players have the option of upgrading because some of them have all the plans that they already, because they travel so much, they already have different plans that they could do. Benefits they have because they have travel
mileage and stuff.
Mileage and all those things. So that could be a proposal. But then you have to know that the player going to be in the squad. Because you can book the seats without the player's name. But once now you know who the players are, you could say, listen, you're in premium economy. You can upgrade for a next $200.
or an X $500 or an X whatever if you want to, and you provide them with that opportunity to do that. But I would say logistically, in terms of the player traveling, I don't know of anyone having any problems like, oh my God, imagine I was stuck in this airport or I couldn't get where I was supposed to go. The travel agent and Mr. Simpson, Roy Simpson, who is in charge of that, did very well. The hotels, I mean, no fault of our own. We had a hotel that we had some issues, and in 24 hours we advocated, we wrote to CONCACAF, and they moved us from that place. I think by then some of the players got a little ill because of the breathing issues in there, and we think that probably affected the physical conditioning of the players for a few days. But the hotel was changed, and that was good. But for me, I think the biggest issue was that we had to change from East Coast to West Coast, then back to the East Coast, then back to the West Coast. So, Mexico basically stayed most of your time out west.
So let me share something with you that probably could work if you continue. One of the things that I've experienced before with clubs at the highest level, if they are traveling to a foreign country, they would send somebody. Sometimes they would send the kit guy beforehand to look at every single hotel that they're going to use. Okay.
I think Manny's talked about that, Andre, around sending persons 2 weeks ahead for a whole lot of logistics thing, not just hotel.
Right.
Yeah. So I believe like a team manager. Yeah. I think the team manager, my thing is that I think the team manager and the coach should always go ahead to look at those things. That's one of the things I would propose.
I'm not sure about the coach, but the team manager for sure. So
I have another question, man. I want to transition the conversation. I'll just say one thing. You cannot sing Katarock, Andre, because you'll end up in LA when it's supposed to be in Santa Clara. That's all I'll say. But anyway, let me say this. Which is this. I want to touch upon the game somewhat, Mannings, man. I won't put you in a difficult situation, but I must say this. As Andre and I did the I want to jump to Jamaica-Mexico game. Andre and I did the game, and Andre can tell you I was extremely frustrated with the entirety of what transpired, right?
I think
I know you're insider now.
You came into the game in a very good mood. in your yellow shirt. You became frustrated.
Hold on. Duklan, I know Duklan asking a question. So how do the other teams do it? I'm wondering.
Oh, he meaning, do they send somebody ahead in advance? I would assume that's what he meant.
Yeah, and well, I think like, I don't know that the Caribbean nations did it, but I figure that USA would not need to do that.
No, they will.
Right.
But I know that Canada, because I spoke to my brother who came over, and the Canadians had a delegation like a month before going around and setting up everything. But so I know Canada and the USA. I suppose Mexico may have, but it should be something I think like we seriously consider doing.
Management, and I know Kronke apologize because I know you're going into the football aspect. I just want to say this on this point and this point only. Management, an advanced party, which is what it is called, or a recce, is a standard operating procedure for major programs or events. So my recommendation to you is that what you're suggesting ought to be written into a standard operating procedure of the JFF. I did ask Mr. Chung, are there SOPs in the Jamaica Football Federation? He said no. And without standard operating procedures, things like what you said would occur, because someone should have stayed at each hotel overnight. The food should have been tasted and checked off. The exact bus that the team is going to use would have been seen to ensure that it's, you can't mitigate against every circumstance. But if you do a recce, if Katarock is going to play at a concert or on a tour of a place, somebody goes ahead from the touring party and make sure that those things are there and in place. So my recommendation is that becomes a part of a standard operating procedure. Ceremonies.
You know what? I like what Pagan said, because one of my other recommendations is that.
You don't like what Katarock said?
Yeah, but we don't agree on that. Katarock, you're just repeating. We agree on some. I didn't think that.
But you're both saying the same thing, except how you do it.
Yeah. So right. What Pagan is saying though is also part, I think, we should do. Welcome Richie to the show. But
yes,
let me say
evening, everybody.
Yeah, which is this, right? I believe that when we were in like Cincinnati, like Tyrone Marshall, Shavar, Omar Cummins, those guys were there, so you could have dialogue with them before you go in. Because maybe say money is an issue and you can't pay for somebody to travel there. There are people in cities in the USA, for example, that you could call on and say, listen, we have these 4 locations. Can you go there and do some reconnaissance and let us know what is the time between in peak or what is the time between here? Where do we have laundry services that we can use? What you understand me? What are the logistics? What is the climatic conditions? So that is what this is again where we can put together a diaspora committee, especially since we have the Copa America coming up and those things, where we can save money by getting people in Atlanta involved if we're going to play in Atlanta, right? So I think it is something that we actually could do, and it may not cost us as a footballing people a whole lot of money. Yeah.
So Richie just joined us. Richie, welcome.
Yes, everybody. I've been listening for a while, thanks very much for letting me join in this room. I must say welcome back, management.
Yeah, blessings, man. Yeah, man. Every
so
time.
what question do you have a Mannings, man? Since you just joined, I want to give you the floor. Even though I have one by myself.
Okay. I must commend the Reggae Boys and the JFF for doing, to me, an exceptional job for bringing in the old Reggae Boys as ambassadors on board, bringing in an assistant manager, because, managing a Reggae Boy team with all these professionals, you couldn't do it with one manager. That's another plus for them as well. So, I must, commend them because they are going forward. And this is how it's done. We're still miles behind a couple of teams that, we may say the dominant one in this region. The Canada, the USA, the Mexico, of course, and to some extent Panama. Because these are what these teams have been doing for a very long time, and this is where the game is at right now. And we can have only professional players at the big league, just saying that we're playing professional. And going forward, this is what we have to do. Kudos go to Mannings, man, and Simon Preston, the staff again. Good job, everybody. We did what we're supposed to do. And, a semi-final berth isn't that bad. It's not what we wanted, but isn't that bad, because the person who beat us end up winning the competition. So, that is end up a plus for us. And we have to make sure we keep up this work, and have even management as another assistant manager in these things going forward. My question to you, is we had made a lot of history, and my question to you, we had young players in there that has never been around a professional setup. How wanna deal with that a player who's never been professional, how wanna deal with it to teach him coming along going forward?
That's a very one-on-one question.
That's a very interesting question coming from a very interesting person. So.
No, but because you have to know these two gentlemen. We have to move forward.
So like a personal question, so like a question that resonates at home. But go ahead, man.
I'll answer. First, I'll say I think Big up Simon Preston, who was here and did a fantastic job as well in terms of managing the whole being the media press officer. Kudos to him, right? Yeah. Always say football is played on and off the field. I saw earlier comment that someone said something that has about the players. This one I wanted to just respond to. Listen, all the players that are from out of England, of course, once you're called up by the coach, listen, they can't. If they could have taken time off from the club, all of them would have come to Jamaica. I am telling you, like they, and a lot of these things you don't see, right? A lot of these things you don't see without calling names. So remember, we had a lot of luggage to move, and I'll tell you this: think about the biggest name, the youngest and the oldest. You see, man, take off them shirt, to lift up suitcase to put in trucks and all of those things. That's how we operate. These guys, from my experience,
Whisper was doing some of that.
I said from the oldest to the youngest.
He did say about the youngest.
From the
and I'm
biggest,
saying it because there are some people who are some haters on here, and I'm saying it. What I saw with my 2 eyes.
So you have players who play for top clubs, win competition in
Chelsea.
Europe. On the trip, right? Who when we get somewhere and luggage was supposed to move, they didn't just take up theirs. They pick up. So that is to every single person, coach, assistant coach, media persons, the doctors, everybody was doing everything that need when we trained somewhere and the venue needed to be cleaned up, from manager to equipment man to head coach to assistant coach, everybody was involved. I'm saying that because I want us to understand that these players want to play for Jamaica, and don't believe like they're not coming back. Here's what I want to say to you: given what happened and how everything went, you could see way more coming than we bargained for. I think what we may have is such an influx that we're probably going to have to say too much, because I think the whole vibe, the family, the camaraderie in the team and in the camp was that good. The team is together. Like I'm telling you, they go out together, they do things together. You can tell, listen, the locker room stuff that you see, those stuff are not made up. The John Legend song that you see them singing, those stuff are not like made up. They are just spontaneous and they just get involved in it. All right? So I had to answer that question. Big up Gregory Messam. And
before you go further, man,
I need to answer Rich's question.
I'm going to repurpose Rich's question, which is, have you guys thought about a construct whereby Antonio, Blake, for example, are going to be like mentors for like a Whisper or Hutchison if he come back in the team? The very younger players who are just starting out their careers, who are going to a professional environment. Will you try to help create a mentorship environment where those people take them on their wings and teach them right from wrong?
Oh, you didn't see that? You didn't see Antonio and Bobby Reed sitting down talking to Whisper. Like Kemar Lawrence roomed with Whisper and said that this is my stepson. You understand me? To guide him and lead him. You understand me? Even Shamar and Lambert and Paris said that this is their little brother. You understand me? And like I'm telling you, so he can call any one of them and talk to them. So they don't treat him like he's a little boy. They treat him like he's a professional player with them.
Okay.
You understand me? It's not like look at you, come here. No. I'm gonna give you a good interaction. These guys, I'm telling you, these guys are the consummate professional. So I remember Shamar was trying, because I know Shamar said was trying to give me some trouble. And I said, you need to stop that. So Whisper was trying to like follow him. And the captain said, no, you don't do that. You understand me? So they don't, they do that. They keep each other accountable. But they still have fun with him. They don't make him, you understand? They still have fun with him, but they keep him accountable. But the whole team, somebody said it, Corey Burke, good personality is there to help him. So if he wants, because at the end of the day, it's up to him. But if he wants, there are people there who are willing to help him because the team is like that. Antonio Mariappa Mariapa, these guys talk to even Deshaun Bernard. They talk to Dexter, Andre Blake, and Kanaya Boyce Clark, and Jamali Wade. These guys have good, solid relationship where they communicate and they instruct and help each other along the way. So I don't know, maybe a revolution or something or reconstruction has taken place in the team. But my interaction, there is no inkling of discord or disunity with the players. It's a cohesive group and bunch of players in every way, and that was just good to see. And I think that is what made everything easier. But I personally think, like, for me, I think Andre Blake is underappreciated in Jamaica. You know that Philadelphia actually honor him like as their sportsman of the year, and I don't think he has ever been nominated in Jamaica for all his accomplishment. He has the most clean sheets as a Jamaican goalkeeper, I believe, or he's tied. He has the same thing, the most saves. So I think sometimes because the team hasn't been as successful, like his personal achievements have not been duly recognized, I think, by Jamaica. And I think like that this is something like the fan base need to encourage the government to look at. I don't think. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm gonna go to Andre next, but I'm gonna touch upon the comment you made earlier about we may have such influx, we may have to shut the pipeline. I'm gonna reposition to say there is no such thing, because what we want as a country is like what England has. Everybody who has a passport and is a footballer and is capable and is qualified and have the skill set is subject to selection. In fact, we want all of them, even the one them who not lock up by England yet, to get their passport. What we want to do is have 500 to 1,000 versus just having 60 to 70. Sorry, Andre, you're not in the conversation now, but just that's the point, right? Which is the more you can't have too many, because you know what we're gonna have? You'll have selection dilemma, which is what we want. We just want to go to World Cup or go to Gold Cup and compete. We want to go with a squad which is good enough to win. And we know outside Jamaica, but here's nothing to make that point, not to be too long. We wanted Jamaica footballers to improve their standard. And that's what we're going to get to in another show, because we can't do it today, which is all these learnings we have, management, from yourself and us going away and learnings from other countries who are doing it a different way. How do we transport that back? We won't talk about that now, back to Jamaica to help to improve football on the island. Because you know what? We can't disqualify somebody because we want to accommodate someone else. You have to be able to compete, but we have to get the standard up to the level to allow that to occur. So I'll go to Andre and then the Katarock and then back to Richie.
Yeah, I did answer Richie's question. I know Fresh God is saying it. Big up yourself, Fresh God.
No, man, you answered it.
I answered it. Yeah. You got the answer, Richie? Yeah. I think
yes, man. I mean, I totally got the answer, because remember, you know, it doesn't stop here, gentlemen. Remember, we are trying to get other 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds looking forward if they make the team. If there's going to be somebody there to mentor them as well when that time comes for them in going in the future. So, you know, that's what I wanted the other kids to know, that we have a structure coming up so of another younger player to achieve, and we can also have that player knowing that he's coming into a comfortable environment.
Yeah. What I'll say is that Whisper is the man said never answer the question. You need to listen. I did answer the question, sir. But Whisper is a professional child, because at the end of the day, he's still a child, right? So the mentorship, like I said, is very important. And at no point did I see him showing any resistance to instruction, because even Freddie Butler, who incidentally is from Port Royal, who knows him and knows his father, was there as an ambassador, who spent a lot of time talking to him and stuff. So he got, I remember, like I said, like one training we did in St. Louis, Bobby Reed, Mikel Antoni pulled him one side and they sat down. I think I have the picture of it. And they were talking to him, just talking about his move to England and what to expect and this and this, all of those things, which is good. Other persons pull him aside, the Corey Burks, these guys talk to him. Right. And you know that he can call and talk to them. He knows that if he needs, and Leon is there. Listen, Lane is a leader, you know. I mean, like, hey, again, like, I don't think we understand what we have. It's when these guys turn up, Kronke, kids will take off their American jersey, their Mexican jerseys for the players to sign it, the Jamaican players, right? And these guys, they take pictures. They're not afraid to go and accommodate. Katarock was here, they can tell you. It is something that I think we don't even show our players. So when Leon is here, or when Mikhail comes here, we cuss them about their game instead of going out and asking them to sign our shirts. It's when they go to the States, people are upset when you say they cannot take pictures. People cry. They come out and say, no, the time for pictures and those things are done. The players can't sign anything. They cry. They say, you know how far their son took their son from this place and them fly to this state and them drive 3 hours to come because they're Everton fans, they're Aston Villa fans, they're Andre Blake fans. Look, they buy the jersey and you're telling us that they can't sign it. So I don't think we appreciate the footballers in that way. Okay, criticize them, but when you turn up at the stadium, which is one of the things I want to talk about, and I want YouTube to change this. We have to get to the place when Jamaica go somewhere go play, man. We must can outnumber somebody somewhere. No, sir. It cannot play football. No matter who we play. Trinidad have more fans than Jamaica.
It's growing.
And the Nevis had more fans than Jamaica.
What?
Chicks and the Nevis.
Man, stop it.
Katarock.
I was in St. Louis and there were 2 Trinidad fans.
Where is the Santa Clara game? Jamaica versus...
Not Santa Clara, man. I'm talking about Trinidad, sir.
Yes.
The game in St. Louis where Trinidad were handed their behind to them 4-1. There were 2 Trinidad fans there. The yellow shirts or the red shirts you might have seen might have belonged to some other country, but they weren't Trinidad fans. But Mannings, the Jamaica Football Federation, and I'm glad you raised the issue about fans, because we have to have a really serious discussion about what I see happening in CONCACAF, where there are some preferred cash cows and their matches seem to be strategically placed at venues where they would sell out. I think someone mentioned it earlier, might have been you, that Mexico was on the West Coast exclusively, where they could have put 70,000 people in the Rose Bowl. But I put it to you that if the match was played at the Orange Bowl, Jamaica could have put about 25, 30, 40,000 Jamaicans. So, but there's a thing about fans I want to say to you. The Sam's Army and the American Outlaws, there seems to be some mechanism by which there are blocks of seats allocated for them, that which they repurpose. And I think the Jamaica Football Federation would be one of the lessons I would like to say to them is, allow me, is to secure a section for the Jamaican fans, secure it early, and then promote that information amongst the fan base that the Reggae Boys fans can sit together and we get something as close to what we got in section 231 in Chicago.
All right, so here's my thing. I understand that. And all right, so wherever the Guatemalans play, the people travel. If you put wherever in the States Mexico play, the people travel. I understand. If Jamaica has to play on the East Coast for Jamaican fans to turn up, my point is valid. We need to do better. We cannot be an East Coast supporting fan base. That's all I'm saying. We need a group of fans. The numbers may not have to be the same, but we need a group of fans that what I can agree with you is that we get a block where everybody sits. We cannot continue to say we love the football and are so critical rightly, but even when they play in the national stadium, I will advocate that an entire part of the stadium, at least 4,000 tickets are allocated for those. Maybe you call it the Jamaica YouTube fan base, where the people on YouTube, they buy it and they go there every time.
We are the ultras. And I'm saying to you, Mannings, man, that I want you to
buy 40,000
I want you to be straight. I want you to call out the man and man them who reside in the USA, who they are every day, and 5 games we play, and then they are 1 game. That can't be right, brother. I mean, I talk it straight. It can't be right. At no time at all, none no reach near you. And I know man drive from New York, big up AQ, Fabi, you know, my brethren they from big up Opal from Tampa, she fly go everywhere. But some man there every day have the most to say with the most. Roberta Baggio, man like Uno. And Uno come a 1 match, come wave a flag, come clap the team 1 time. So I am agreeing with you, Mannings, and I'm saying, let me finish. Pardon me, I'm saying that we have to call out the keyboard fan them, because some man have to move from behind the keyboard. Brain drain. Me no see you and no team.
You don't know brain drain,
the man them have them.
I mean, I know brain drain. Me no see him and no game. Because one of the things is, Mannings.
Could I get 30 seconds?
Hold on, yeah.
Wait, Mannings man. So let me go back some order, because you know Katarock take over. We don't have any order.
Yeah.
We go Mannings man. I want to make a comment. Then we go to Andre. Then we go to Richie. Go ahead, Mannings man.
Katarock, do you know brain drain?
No, because he was not at the stadium. So if he was there, I would know him.
So let me just say this, Mannings man, which is just to defend myself, because people say we're a trouble.
So next time, brain drain, let me finish. You ask the question, I'm going to finish that. Save up the bag of $1 and $2 them and buy a ticket, bad man. And that me I say to you, because I see you come to Jamaica, come watch champs. Me see you try. Me hear say you there pen relay. I watch pen relay. So me I call brain drain out.
You don't know him though, Katarock. So even if he's at the game, you don't know.
But bro, me know everybody at the game, because when the thing gets sticky, at Katarock, everybody at turn and look to, so who are going to defend the thing?
So Andre, you're next. I just say one thing. You know, the Katarock didn't call me out, and that's a good thing. And the reason why I didn't go to the game, first of all, I was upset because I spent 2 weeks. I took off 2 weeks this month to go to games, but go to multiple games in the same location. And I just say, you know what, I'm going to spend my vacation someplace else because I want to spend in the same location. Last time I was in Orlando with Katarock for all 3 games. I thought we would have done it more. And that's management to get to that, which is you can't play the game in a 4 and 5 different locations. Because not everybody, people want to watch all the games, they can't travel to 5 different locations. But also we got to think about how well does the JFF market the games to its diaspora community. That's also important. Andre, your time.
So a couple of things, 3 things here. We have to acknowledge that the U.S. Soccer Federation is handling the games here, right? And they have, the game is an industry here, and they have a responsibility to make money. So when you look at the Trinidad St. Vincent game, the stadium was empty. One side of the stadium basically was open. And many games in the tournament, the stadiums weren't full. But they know they're going to fill the stadiums where Mexico is playing, where the US is playing, Canada. So I think we have to consider that they have to generate revenue from the game. They have to generate revenue. And one of the main sources of revenue is fans paying to come in outside of sponsorship and that kind of stuff. So I think we want a lot of things, but I think we have to make the game an industry for us as well. And if we make the game an industry, we would be at the table negotiating for some of the things that we're talking about here. I want to say we, not us personally, but the people in charge that run the football, whether it's the TTFF or the JFF, or even the Caribbean Football Union would be at the table negotiating those things. One thing I want to, Katarock, were you at the stadium for the for Jamaica's second game?
You mean the game where we trunks Trinidad? I was.
So you was there for all 3 games?
I was in LA for the third game. As I said, there was a logistic mix-up.
Okay, so hold on a minute. Hold on. So here's what I want to figure out now. You've been given
I was with a bar with Mexicans. I was at a Mexican bar. Enjoyable. Go ahead.
You've been given the most advice to management how to handle a group. How many was in the party management? How many was in the party?
No, Andre, don't try. Andre, don't try. Don't try that, Andre. Because as I told you before,
all right, you was
Katarock has been on many tours where the logistics is handled. Don't try that. Don't try that.
Responsible for one.
Hold on. Remember, it's supposed to be me after Andre, you know, Katarock.
Yeah.
So
you
can hold on.
So I got the last thing here. Management, you was making a point earlier about the camp and how the players behave, and I think all I want to add to that is so that we don't think that it's happening at the Jamaican national team camp and is unique. These guys, in order to survive in a professional football environment, they have to be good people and they have to have humility. So what we were witnessing is just what they do on a daily basis. If the goal is supposed to move, if you as a young player or even as a senior player don't want to get involved in that, they will see that, especially for a young player. So the idea that they were moving stuff and helping, that's what they do on a daily basis. They have to be like that. If you're not a good person, if you come over as though you're not a good person and you lack humility, it'd be very, very hard to survive at a professional club in most places in the world.
Yeah. Richie?
So that's something that we could nurture from young. You did say the young man named Whisper is a professional child. That's what we need to create from very, very young, 11 and 12 years old.
Right, which and he was taught that, you know, heavily, because he was always told and showed what other professional boys do, and you know, we try to let him grow that way to know that this is what professionals do. And I agree with what Andre said before, talking about the financial part. You know, the federation do have to make back a level of money. They may not make back everything, but they would have to go where they know that the stadium is going to be full, or put Jamaica and the USA, in most cases, you know, one played first and then the one played the second, to make sure that they generate cash. But, you know, we need to have the diaspora know these dates before, so they can make mention, like, people getting ready, because you just can't just leave work just like next week or tomorrow to say that you're just going to go to the game. It's not everybody have that luxury. So we need to give them sufficient time to find out, so that we can, and we need that, you know, everybody have their stands. Everybody in professional football, in world football, where them have, you know, even in Trinidad, they have the soccer posse. The soccer posse always have their section.
Soccer warriors, yeah.
Soccer warriors,
yeah.
And we need to have the reggae mascot. Then that section supposed to basically have 4,000 tickets, and we come on these programs and we give them away 10 a daytime to make sure that people fill those 4,000 tickets. You know, going forward, we know that we have our own banners, we have our own cheerleading, and that's supposed to be at every match. These people, if the 4,000 of them don't travel, maybe a 1,500 will travel, or 1,000 will travel. But there is a section everywhere in the world, in a stadium, that the reggae mascot is going to come, and I do agree to that as well. You know, going forward, and you know, for the younger boys who we say was looking forward to being a professional, we really need to teach them from a tender age. It just doesn't happen overnight like that. It has to be embedded in them from a younger age.
And let me say, I don't want anyone to misunderstand and think like I'm making excuse. The team really believe that they could have won the entire thing. I think and I mean, to see these men cry after the Mexico game because they cried, no excuses. It shows you how much they were hurt, because a lot of these guys, even they were so confident in terms of expectation that they had their family already set to come and join them for the finals, because they really believe, I'm telling you, they really believe that they were going to win this, to elevate the Jamaican people to come back and keep a big parade, even if it meant like they had to put their resources in it. That is how, gung-ho they were. It never worked out. And there are no excuses. When you go into competition, you go there to win. So I don't want anybody to feel like I'm here making excuses for the team. That is not the same. But the reality is the reality. There are certain things that happened, and we as a people we have to try to improve things off the field, and that will also improve things on the field. And the players have a responsibility, the JFF and have a responsibility, but as fans, we have a responsibility. And I'm saying this because we have September, and people are saying that the team need to start winning. So the team played 5 international games in the Gold Cup, right? And Mexico before that. So you add that's 6 games, and they have lost 1 out of the 6. So on that record, I think coming for the Nations League against Honduras and Haiti at the National Stadium, they deserve our support. You understand me? I don't think you can have players like Mikel Antonio, Demarai Gray, all of these players coming in, playing for your national team in before 10,000 fans. The stadium need to be full. And I think the YouTube fan base can show the rest of Jamaica that we're not just coming like Katarock says and be on keyboards or on our phone pads typing of stuff, but we do support the game. And so I think like that is the next challenge. How do we get the fans out? Part of it is the marketing of the football from the JFF standpoint, how they market it, and it should be advertised from now. Come out, support the Reggae Boys. I agree with that totally. Like I said, I remember one fan, I think it was from Guatemala, Neo had it up, but their federation actually give certain fans ticket, like they have some Guatemalan fans that everywhere Guatemala play, they travel. Like those fans, the federation gives them ticket, right? But outside of that, I also believe that they had a fan from Guatemala, somebody in Guatemala who bought like a whole lot of tickets and then sold it back to the fans at the same price that he bought them. So you don't get the tickets to run out. So like, you understand me? So they buy like 4,000 tickets and then sell it back to the fans. They just came on the game, they just bam, 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 and sell it back to the fans at the same price, because maybe at the time when the tickets come out, those people could not buy it either because of lack of resources financially or just having access to it. So they buy it and then sell it back at the same price. So those are some things that can be done, but we have to know that, like people are going to turn up for the game. And you can't wait until the team start winning games to support them and call yourself a real fan. I think you have to support the team and get them to start winning games to show that you're a real fan. Because I know that there are people who are flying from Jamaica to go to New Jersey to watch Arsenal play. At least 10 people flying from Jamaica to watch Arsenal play. And Arsenal has not won anything in a very long time. And they battled the season.
Easy.
There are people who are going to buy tickets to go and watch them.
Easy.
I couldn't afford it, so I didn't buy any. I couldn't afford it. I'm not paying. I can't sit in certain sections, and I'm not paying $1,000 to go sit where I want to sit, so I decided not to go.
So Mannings, and I want to say to Richie, these things exist, brother. And I just want to say respect for Richie. You have to give credit to those of us who remain ultras. When I was that man like Neo, I got a bedroom name from Orlando where come up. But no, hold on, I want to say Kerry. Yeah, man. But I'm just saying that
People carry Katarock a friend now, so I'm not going to troll him anymore, you know.
In no, because him sick is a Katarock and see what 6'1" and 300 pounds look like, right?
And he wasn't scared. Anyway, keep
And
going.
no, but allow me, Marins. What I'm saying is, and Neo, if he's still in the chat, can say this, and I want to address something that Richie said. I think one of the questions they're asking is, does no Guatemalan work? Because they were full, and them work. The Mexicans work, but
what
they,
I'm saying, Katarock, they were given sufficient time to prepare. We were just given days.
No, but no, man. We all know when the draw happened, where we are going to play. Jamaica knew that. And one of the things that I want to challenge that to you to say is this. Yes, you say the United States know that they have to put Mexico and the US in certain venues in order to make back the cash and the finances. But I am saying to you similarly, if you had Jamaica playing in New York or Jamaica playing in Miami or Fort Lauderdale, you would make back the same cash because we would full and ram the stadium. So I don't buy that argument that Mexico has to just chill out on the West Coast, right? No cross, no time zone. And then I'm not saying that my side would have beaten them, you know, and I've been on record and saying the better team on the day won, and I have to take my hat off to them, right? But I am
so Katarock, you really did not try to outnumber Mexico?
No,
Mexico
I'm not
City,
trying.
the biggest city in.
No, I'm not trying to outnumber Mexico. I'm saying to you, all right, Richie, in Chicago, there were 36,000 people in the stadium, and 60 or 160 Jamaican fans. Our voices was loud as the whole of Sam's army and him friend them. And any man who was there just talk the truth. Mannings, you were there. Man never stop sing, man never stop cheer on the team. America was silenced. One second, you can. America was silenced for about 40 minutes when it looked like they were not going to score and the game was getting away from them. All the drum them stopped beat. All the U.S. All of that stopped because what was happening on the field was mirroring what was happening in the stand. We were feeding off our players. We know they were up against it. We know they had their back against the wall, and the players were fighting for us. We thought on the field, and we were standing in the fans fighting for them. Nobody that called the name and farm, but yes, and it was a joy. The Chicago game. Of course, we'd have wanted to do the same against Trinidad, but then I mean, it was just we just drank and had fun because there ain't no challenge there. But I want to say though, the seeds have been sown, and I hope that the ultras we don't make the thing drop again, and we go back to when we just come a stadium and accost people. And my last point before I leave the Kronke in this section is you raised something, Mannings, about the West Ham and Mikel Antonio had his own fans. They were 30, 40, 50 of them. I don't know inside the car, but in St. Louis, there was about 50. I'm like, these people come decked out in a West Ham shirt. And then when Jamaica started playing, they take off the West Ham shirt and they had on the Jamaica shirt. And Mikel Antonio came across and signed. I don't know, there were less Everton fans, but there were some Everton fans there in the VIP section where, you know, Demarai Gray came and signed and stuff. So we became an international product and an international brand, right? And you are correct, Mannings. Those players, yes, if you play bad, you deserve to be called out. But the way that we have been dealing with them and our local players, I am going to say that they disturbed my ladies. They deserve to be cheered on, commended, and supported. And if where they go wrong, them go wrong. I tell you, one of the questions I'm going to ask the coach, Mannings, is who is the designated penalty kick taker for Jamaica? and who is the designated dead ball kick specialist for Jamaica. Anytime the coach is there, because that is something that has been burning in the fans' minds. I yield Kronke.
Penalty take a coach.
Yeah, so I'll say this, man.
I think
we need a more strategic. Look, the linkage between the Jamaica football team and the diaspora holistically is not there. Football is not a religion in Jamaica like it is in Central America. There has to be more strategic vision and way of operating to have the connectivity that you guys are espousing between the national team and diaspora to get people out the game. There are different ways and methods to try to deploy that, to have that to occur, but right now that's not there. It's not a resources issue. People from Jamaica who live in the US have money. It's not a resources issue.
I don't want to cut your gentleman. My battery is dying, so I forgot chip out. My battery is dying, so I'm gonna cut out.
Sorry, Richard. Sorry, Mr. Speed.
Yeah, man.
So
all right, Rich, yes, sir. Yeah.
There is we got to think about ways about how you can get this done. Okay, if we just keep talking about it, it's not going to make any inroads into this whole situation. We have to think about ways to get it done, have that connectivity occur. Sorry, my son is calling me. I have to call him back. But we have to think about that, and then eventually we can get to a good place.
No, so one of the things that happens.
Hold on a sec, Drew. I'll soon bring on. Andre's making a point.
Yeah, one of the things that happen around the world in football is that there's something that called a supporters club, right? In the Caribbean, we don't have coaches association, we don't have players association. A supporters club might be the solution to the problem, because if you have a supporters club with thousands of people, then maybe somebody, whoever runs the club, could make the case for a tournament in America, for example, that, look, we can guarantee 6,000 tickets, or we can guarantee 10,000 tickets, because that's our membership, and everybody agree as part of the membership they're going to attend these things. So, and that's maybe how they bought the ticket in Guatemala, as somebody suggested just now. So I don't see another solution, unless, because we have the same problem in Trinidad, right? I don't see another solution unless it's organized and people commit themselves to the process. Yeah. We hear about the ultras, but the ultras struggle to get to the Mexico game.
You, Sir Andre, since you want to go there, you ran up your VAT 19 drinking, Angostura having, dark and bake eating self, and told me you were going to be in St. Louis. And I told you, I'm waiting on you, and I'm going to wet you up every time Jamaica scores a goal. What did you do? You turn your yard.
No, he went to Charlotte. He went to the game in Charlotte.
Went to the game in Charlotte against St. Kitts. Because the only team, as a matter of fact, hold on, let me go even further. St. Kitts had 5 fans in St. Louis.
I was
3 more than Trinidad.
I didn't tell you, but I was waiting for you at the Jamaica-Mexico game, and you didn't show up. I was disappointed. I was waiting.
All right, hold on a sec. I'm going to answer your question, but I have Drew, Casey, 40th man in the building. God. How you doing? Blessings, man. Welcome to the show. Are you hearing him,
Blessings, people? Blessings, man. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they're hearing you. Go ahead. Yeah, man.
Blessings, man. Katarock, big up yourself. Kronke, Andre, one love.
Yes, sir.
It's very good to hear Kronke in better spirits today. A couple of, after the Mexico match, I'm telling you, he was not pleased. So, yeah, glad to hear that you're in better spirits, Kronke, and glad that you're back, Mannings. One thing I want to say to Katarock, you have to be more understanding, boss. Not everybody can make it to the game. For example, myself, I have 3 kids, and they're young kids, right? So I can't leave my wife alone with my 3 young kids. So that's one of the reasons, and I'm sure other people have their reasons. You know what I'm saying? Why they can't.
Oops.
So if you can't make it to the game,
Sir Drew Fortis in Chicago, there were people there with their young kids and wives and families. No, brother.
Katarock.
That now gonna make it. You will have talk with it. There were people there with their wives and young children in Chicago.
Mute him.
Katarock. We do not interrupt the call. No. We're not Katarock. You know we don't interrupt the callers. They're on the phone. We allow the callers to finish, and then we, the panelists, continue. Can you please allow Drew Fortis to finish, and then you can do your rebuttal? Thank you. Much appreciated.
No, but I apologize to Drew excuses. I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Go ahead, Drew.
I got my name now, but yeah, no, on a serious note, it's a serious thing, man. What I would say for fans that cannot make it, find other ways that you can support. Okay, maybe financially you can help someone else buy a ticket if you cannot physically be there, right? You understand what I'm saying? Katarock, let's be real now. Let's be honest. Not everybody can make it.
Which what Drew does. Drew will help. Drew will help other people get to the game because it is not good. It's just not practical sometimes. So he will do that. He will pay for other people to go, which is a form of supporting the team. So you buy a ticket and you give it to somebody else.
Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Drew, I'll say this, Drew, and Manningsman and Katarock and Andre, which is Pen Release is almost sold out a lot of years. And 95% of fans are Jamaicans. Yeah. All right. So we can, if we do a better job of marketing the product, I'm sure we'll get more people.
I agree.
Go ahead, Drew.
But Sir Kronke, with Pen Release now, I think we should look how successful we have been in track and field. You understand what I'm saying? Not only from the high school perspective, but also from the international perspective. Our football is not theirs yet. Will it get there? I believe it can get there, but we're not theirs yet. So people tend to gravitate to things that are more treading down a successful path than somewhere them say, you know what, I really want to waste my money to go to. Should that be their perspective? No. Because whether you win or you lose, as some their management brought up a good point about Arsenal. I can say the same thing for Manchester United. I'm a Manchester United fan. A lot of time for years we haven't won since Sir Fergie leave. We win nothing, but you still have fan support. So maybe we need to change our mindset to some extent and try and support even when we're losing, even when we're not doing well. Right?
And Drew, one point on that, Drew. I hope it never changes. Keep going.
He's talking about Manchester not winning anything, right, Drew? So.
That's a good one.
You have to listen to these guys. You know, he goes to he's a former KC guy, so you have to be careful when you respond to him.
I know. Well, Kronke probably went to school with my father as well, so you never.
Oh my God!
That's a good comeback, Drew. Good comeback.
I don't think he was trying to make a comeback. He's probably.
I know he does. I didn't need your comment, Manningsman. We didn't need your comment at all.
All right, Drew. Yeah, but I appreciate it. But Nia is letting you know that he took his son over 2,000 miles, to watch the game.
Nia have a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Don't take them. Go watch the game.
Yeah. All right.
I bring my kids to the Red Bulls game. And I'm gonna bring my son to the Manchester United Arsenal game. That's relatively near. I live in New Jersey.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So that's driving distance to MetLife, and Red Bull Stadium is like 25 minutes away from where I live. You know what I'm saying? So it's convenient. Okay. So that's why I'm saying to Katarock still.
All right, bless up here, man.
Bless up yourself.
Yeah. All right. Respect, Joe. Yeah.
So
people want to Nations League in September. So those of you who you're getting enough notice, you can go support.
Where the games being played,
No, but I don't think they're going to be able to go to Haiti, though.
No, both games are home games at the National Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
And I think
I just want to say this, man.
The return leg of the Haiti game, I think it is being played somewhere out in Florida, those places. I think when it comes to return, but we'll see. Go ahead.
So, man, I want to say this. And Nia was there along with, I think, 2 or 3 other gentlemen who had young kids there, which is why
But 2, 3, and 4-year-old are very difficult to live with your wife. Come on.
Hold on, manins. Hold on. Me never said a man with no baby on breast. No. But I'm saying that they had a discussion about the importance of bringing their young children to experience the Reggae Boys game
Katarock,
and grow
let me
and
just
grow
I have
them.
to interrupt you because what I'll say to you, Katarock, is that unless you have a child, it's going to be very difficult for you to appreciate what Dre is saying. To bring to leave your 2, 3, and 4-year-old on your wife, it can be very difficult.
Can you listen to me, please?
Right,
I am saying
my apologies,
that the gentlemen who were there, and many of them can tell you, I am a protective person, but I can ramp with the section. Had a discussion about the importance of bringing their young children to the game, to experience a Reggae Boys game, to begin to grow them as fans as they come up. That when they come of age, they would be seasoned fans in the Reggae Boys. And the fathers who were there, some with their mothers, but I'm saying to you, there was nobody there with a 2-year-old. I'm not going to tell a lie.
Okay.
But you had 5-year-olds, you had 7-year-olds, you had younger ones, and they felt that it was so important for them to experience their Jamaican heritage and their Jamaican culture. No, a man like Soji could fill out the 4,000 seats with his kids. And there may be a seat left for Katarock and Kronke. But I'm just saying, understand what a man has said. But that's not every man excuse. Some of them want brain drain come tell me say, I have no 1-year-old or no suckling or no nothing. You just never there at the game, bad man. And I am challenging you to send a picture right now to Manning's man phone at any stadium that you were at. I am calling your artificial intelligence self out and pay Siri or child support and stop hide.
Who are you talking?
I'm talking to Brain Drain, who you said was at the game, and I just don't know him.
No, you say you don't know him. You say you don't know him. You didn't say he was not the game.
And I said I don't know him because he was not at the game.
No,
because let me just tell you something. Hold on. Some man in that stadium and somebody, people were at the stadium who was asking Katarock to sign their jerseys. Yeah, good.
I'm saying, Katarock, what I'm saying is that Brain Drain, you don't know the person. So you can't say he was not at the game because you don't know him.
And I'm calling him out to provide pictorial evidence that he was at the Jamaica game at the 2023 Gold Cup.
Okay.
No, look, I want to say this about Brain Drain. He's a keyboard artist. That's all I'll say. Move on.
Big up.
So I saw somebody had asked earlier
about TNT.
Somebody had asked earlier about
crowd support for TNT.
Right, and Jamaica in '98. So is the problem bigger? Because in those moments that's been referenced there were thousands of people at the game. Even in when Trinidad qualified in 2006, the stadiums were packed for the 2006 World Cup. Is it the experience that people have had over the years with how the football is being managed, how the football is being run? Is that part of the reason why people are staying away from the game? Because there was support for the football, the type of support we're talking about seeing again now. We want to see thousands of people at the game. We want the stadiums to be packed. We don't have that now. So is it that people are busy, distracted, have young children, or is it that the problem is such that the experience hasn't been a great one, and so people have responded to that and kind of stay away from the game, and we need to fix that, and that would include the marketing and everything else, and a little more positive outcomes from a youth level.
Kronke, Kronke, you want to take this? This is what I'm still like, and this is why I want to see what happens in September, because as far as I'm understand, all of these guys want to come in September once they're, of course, selected and available and not injured. No, and I do agree that if the team were winning every single game, then obviously you generate, probably more fans, because success does that. But just in terms of that, just personality, like a lot of people who I saw at the Jamaican game, like every team that we played, even Guatemala, the Guatemalan fans want Jamaica to beat Mexico. The US fans want Jamaica to win when we're not playing the US. The Canadians, like every fan's second team is Jamaica. All right? And a lot of that had to do with some of even the players who are from Europe, because like fans came to watch Mikel Antonio, but he happens to play for Jamaica. There were bunches of fans who support Demarai Gray, like Leon Bailey, Andre Blake, and the list goes on and on. People came there to see who this whisper is. All right. So what I am saying that is in Jamaica, why I don't see fans going to the national stadium to watch Mikel Antonio.
So let me ask you this.
Or the same thing, the Demarai Gray. Like, people are asking, where is Ethan Pino? When is he coming? So outside of the national, I think
So my name's man.
Yeah.
Is that equating to what we have in high schools in Jamaica, say track and field, or even football, where fans have an affiliation between their high school and they don't separate the high school association from the players? They're almost one and the same. So going to watch Demarai Gray, maybe going to watch Everton, because you have an association there and it's very ingrained, versus a national team we don't necessarily have an affiliation with, which is why I'm saying the JFF have to build up that affiliation, that association. They have to build it up. They have to make concerted effort to create that situation, because it's harder with a national team that's not necessarily been extremely successful versus a high school where you grew up, which nurture you, which you get trained, and where you build up that affiliation for. And you support financially and otherwise.
So Mazman, let me ask you guys this. Mazman, you in Jamaica and Katarock is in Jamaica. Is
Katarock in Jamaica? Your back Katarock is still at the bar.
Don't let the red cup fool you. This is not a support for Trinidad and Tobago.
And I say Katarock. They want.
I made it out the bar. But man is trying to say something quickly.
Hold on, let me.
Katarock.
Can I make my point?
Finish.
Let me just
I know you love Trinidad and Tobago. It's
saying
more
that
a secret love affair.
They're saying that you're asking for evidence of brain drain. They want evidence of you signing shirts. So
and at the Mexico game as well.
He was signing his own shirt for himself.
So hold on. Management, you are a man of God, management. You're a man of God. At the St. Louis game, wasn't Katarock taken into a section by fans wanting selfies with Katarock and yourself? Be honest, and yourself. But I had to take those pictures.
No. So the fans wanted to take a picture with me. And I invited you to be a part of it.
And this was after they had taken a picture with King Katarock. So just be honest, my friend. Do not bear false witness. Remember the commandment.
When I got
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
The fans wanted to take a picture with me, and you were there, so I asked you to take the picture, and then I said to you, all right, Katarock, you go so I can have you take a picture with the fans. I don't know what happened before.
Wow. Look here. Let me say this. Management and Katarock are two similarity. Just start the truth, Manins. We are celebrity. You know what? People are going crazy for Management and Katarock. May I tell you?
I don't remember you signing in the shirt.
You were there, my friend. But Gary and the man, them can tell you. But we were taking pictures. Fans were lining up to take pictures with me as they were lining up to take pictures. Well, Demarai Gray wanted a picture with Katarock.
All I'm saying, I didn't see that.
Let me ask.
But man, on a serious note, though.
Katarock, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Andre. Go ahead.
So, is Demarai Gray? Is he on the television in Jamaica? Is he doing adverts in Jamaica? Is he?
No.
Does the media have a role to play in bringing these
The marketing department of the JFF has a role to play, and the public relations department, because that you are supposed to get them those slots.
Yeah, because we have that problem in Trinidad as far as I'm concerned, because the fan base don't know the players, especially players that live and play outside of the country. Except for if you grow up on the island, they don't know the players, so there's a disconnect between the fan base.
Go back to Andre's point and Katarock's point. Manning's man, I'll put you on the spot a little bit. So is it possible then, as part of this whole strategy we're trying to deploy and employ, whereby we're trying to get more exposure and more association affiliation with the players, if they can't go to the traditional media, does the YouTube community, is that an avenue to get some of those players on to talk about themselves in interviews, like you've done with players, but more local players? Yeah. Are those players accessible? Because I know they have their whole people who manage their whole situation. Is that also accessibility? They can utilize these platforms as a means of getting access.
I think leading up to the games in September, these guys the JFF should find ways of flooding them in the media, newspaper, writes up and talk about radio stations, YouTube, whatever it is, because it's part of the promotion. Because I think people, it's Jamaica you're celebrating, but you want to know that Demarai Gray signed the shirt, Mikel Antonio, Ethan Pinnock, all of these guys, the Bobby Reed, the Leon Bailey. I'm telling this. Listen, I don't know how many persons. Let me give you a good example. How many persons in Jamaica have a shirt that Whisper, for example, are signed? Like there are more Americans and Mexicans and all of those people who have that now. But I'm telling you this now. So he starts playing for Chelsea, scoring lots of goals. I honestly don't think Jamaicans generally business about no sign for no shirt or anything.
I think that's Caribbean people on the whole. Yeah. That's Caribbean people on the whole. It happens all over.
A man bigger than me. I think that part of our culture says that who is Mikel Antonio? Who is Demarai Gray? Sign who for shirt? I didn't buy my shirt. I think that there's a mindset, a shifting of the mindset.
That could explain it, but
but we have I'll come to you, Andre, but we have Piney. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. Hello?
Good afternoon, man.
Yeah, man. Welcome, man.
Welcome back to the business bar.
Yeah, man. How you doing, man?
You're being madly missed, brother. Stan Kronke. We had chance to make you know that talk, me come to talk, and tell a story about you.
I want to spare you my wrath, so I'm going to let you speak.
Katarock, I want to tell a story. Big up yourself, Mr. Trinidad. A big man come over Trinidad.
Yeah,
remember your name.
Andre, and Katarock is here too.
Yes, boss. Big up.
Yeah, man, you don't know it, bro. Reggae vibration, Rusty, Peter Black, Katarock a small sound, but I don't feel time yet, so just wait to be defend that. Because before we touch anything else, how you feel about the outcome of the reggae boy or the World Cup end? Before you answer me, I have to answer for you, because you are them fan who is look at me, Louis. I told you this was how it was gonna go. You can't have it both ways. You cannot cheer to his success and then you have voila in our destruction, brother. Stay with the team and stop wish all these bad things to happen when good things happen, when good things happen. Dad, you're better than that. You're big.
What is he talking about? Do I get a chance to defend myself?
No, man, I don't want to defend that, man. Just make me want to go over your head like you never hear it, man. So,
okay, all right, good.
Yeah, big. Me diatribe with you, big man in I think. Big up to all of the people them in the comment section, the viewers, the subscribers. Please, we are asking to share, subscribe, tell your friends and tell our friends. That makes sure number one on the like the video, because of them thing there. Algorithm we are dealing with this year. Terrestrial radios and television is dead as you know it. Man, they're ahead of the game with this thing. Some people me hear all over the place that take credit to them make your thing. I wonder if when them see them make your guard the World Cup man. me are going I think before me touch any sport. When them get on radio and I say, I them make you go World Cup, I feed them platform, put you there. I wonder if when it fail, them take out, when it not work out, them take the same amount. I say, yes, I will make it fail. Because as soon as some people are like, you know, but as soon as we get successful, them are happen and I make all kind of privilege. Just do your thing, my boss. You are a big man. You listen to what we did say when we say podcast. You're years ahead of them. So make them feel they don't want to try to jump for your glory. And I mean, I call them radio station and give them nothing. Keep it to here for us. Because them never come, none of them have come here. Let me call some name of some people in a Jamaica were supposed to come sit down. Let me never call them name, because you don't want that. But none of them will come sit down with you and make you interview them and tell you them story so we can hear them and know about them and put them thing out there. Them keep it to themselves and them look a radio station with them a 1.5 million Jamaican listen them because them not interested in nobody in the diaspora. Keep up your thing and do your thing. Happy to know say you're general, you get a little piece of managerial ship. Take it to the next level. The thing with the sports and the football now, until we start to bring back the football in a Jamaica, we cannot have a national team if we don't have a good domestic league being supported and getting players from that. If we draw 1 million players from overseas and two Jamaican, we're not going to win. We need to put with energy and with strength back in the football locally, like when we used to do it in the 70s and 80s, so we could have get a 98 World Cup team to go at the World Cup. We have to get it back here. All these other things that we are doing foolishness because you know what happened, man? You see when they put on my Jamaican colors, me decide to bleed. I will die for Jamaica because of them born, of them grown, of them live. And I choose to me not get the opportunity America make me not die for Jamaica. So them come from. And that's all me ever said. 6 cents out of nonsense. We need to have some more. You see, back in the days when we have all these, we have some foreign players that are in a 98th World Cup. Remember, we'd have the youth them from the Blacker boys. We did have he got them and none the low them and all them youth, the local product. We'd have more local football players because the Premier League and the Major League then, minor league then or whatever leagues was more interesting for our youth, so we could have developed players. I don't know what going, but it's not interesting to the youth them now, so we not develop nothing, so we have to search all over. And we want to ask the people them say, thousands of Jamaicans over Panama, over Cuba where they are from before them start build up the canal. We have a whole heap of youths over there. Why we only concentrating on the youths them at England? And I think a CONCACAF region winner. We can find some players who are better than some of them we are bringing from over there in the CONCACAF region. We're supposed to be looking everywhere. That is my little rant, you know. I'm enjoying the show. Welcome back, my boss. Keep it going. Great show, great movement. Big up on yourself, McGon.
All right,
you run me from we can beat you. So let me just say a couple of things what the caller just says.
All right.
A couple of things is he's expressing, I'm gonna say complaining about sourcing, not providing an opportunity for, I'm gonna put words in, I'm paraphrase, the local Jamaican community versus sourcing overseas as the main way to generate players, and he wants to go to Panama. So if we're complaining about English-based players and he wants to broaden the horizon, does that make it better or make it much more challenging? Secondly, and this is important, because you're born in Jamaica, that means you're Jamaican. Because I know for not much of the country. So not bother with them nonsense to me. You know, I'm not born in Jamaica, but me a Jamaican. You can't tell me I'm not Jamaican. You can't tell me I'm not born in Jamaica. Make that clear as day. The question is, are you a Jamaican citizen? That's one. Two is, as a citizen, Katarock always say this, you're afforded the same level of opportunities and rights of any citizen. So the same persons who are citizens in America, if they qualified you as a citizen in America, you'd have a problem with it. Why you want to qualify people in Jamaica as citizens who are naturalized citizens? That makes absolutely no sense.
What?
And this whole concept.
Hold on, caller.
Yeah,
you have to mute. Lot of talking in the background, so you have to mute. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Kronke.
My last point is this. We have to, guys, and this is what, I'm going to go expand this and say, this is what Black people suffer from. We are great of isolating ourselves from the populace. We are great at allowing ourselves to be disaggregated and not to act as a collective. We are wonderful at doing that. And when you pool yourself and your resources of people, you are much better as a collective to be successful than you are as individuals. So my suggestion is this, and I told JD this the other day, and JD agreed with me, which is we should banish the people them, because I believe in people having different views and perspective, and not be monolithic in their thought, But if you start come with a nonsense about Jamaican versus non-Jamaican, when I say, listen, don't forget banish, period. I have no tolerance for you. I don't want to engage with you because you are just being difficult. You are not thoughtful. You are not strategic. You don't have no vision. All you see is what you see in front of you, which is, boy, I'm a yardie, I'm come from this place, I'm this. All I hear is this diatribe nonsense that has no value to the conversation. And I don't want to engage with you. And I prefer not to be around you and not engage with you. I'm serious about that. If you're going to come with constructive criticism and suggestion and perspective that make us as a people stronger, I am all for you. So I'm done with me soliloquy management.
So management, I have to address this. I have put in YouTube reggae vibration, and it comes up with no match found. I'm going to say this, I'm going to help Kronke. Which day say I keep something in Brooklyn, the 3rd of Labor Day. Remember management? And he would be bringing Katarock sound there.
Hold on, wait just say the 3rd of Labor Day?
The 3rd of September, Labor Day. 3rd of September, Labor Day. I'm going to do you a favor, Kronke. I'm going to write off reggae vibration. Write you up like a...
Somebody write off Katarock.
Management, I'll be pulling this, brother. Stop playing with the stream, brother.
I didn't do anything. We just saying.
Somebody write off Katarock yesterday. Write him off from early.
So Peter Blacks.
Get cut off.
Peter Blacks, you are going to join the scrap heap like City Rock and Herbophonic of songs that never come back. Super Tremor that never come back after clashing with Katarock. I promise you this. So next thing is his sentiment.
Yeah, all right. Katarock, hold on, let me take the caller because he has been on for a while. Sorry, you said next thing is his sentiment. Just hold on. Go ahead, caller, because he's driving. So let me just get him. Go ahead,
good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, man.
Management, you see when done people like them, they come on the program, sometimes you have to just cut them off. Like, seriously, and then make you look bad in the public of the eye of Jamaican more time. When you listen to the heights of illiteracy. Because, brother, I don't know what kind of madman that call him on the program. Him sick. Him sick. Literal sick.
Okay,
I'm tired of them people upon YouTube, coming on YouTube space with them xenophobia, man. It's nonsense, brother. Some of them for good, man. You have to just cut them off, brother.
So I think Gunner's boss responds. He says, Stan Kronke, if the vision is to build football in Jamaica, we must not stagnate our local football because we have choices to pick from overseas. I'm not against Brit Barn, but what about Jamaica? All right.
No,
so,
but caller, let me just say management quickly.
Yeah.
I agree that it should be a parallel solution to what we are talking about. I have never said, do you hear me this conversation? Go back and check the tape. I have always said, find resources.
Go ahead,
caller. Go ahead.
Management, how the program is going to grow without we integrating everybody. How it is going to grow.
No, man. I agree. So my whole position is developing football locally and having a national team with players born outside of Jamaica are not connected. It's two separate things.
Right.
Well, if I have a team and the 11 starters play in Europe, it does not affect development in Jamaica. So you and I are on the same.
That's what I'm trying to find. That's what I'm asking people.
Yeah.
How is it going to affect development in Jamaica? We just used to the nonsense over the years of people that try to bust a man in our team. Whether that's why we can't go nowhere. And they don't they still can't open them eyes.
But here's what I'm saying though. But you see, we have to have Because one of the things I'm learning, is that we have to have dialogue. Because if we cut off everybody that we disagree with, are we really solving anything? Think about it.
Man, trust me.
So the
amount of dialogue we Uno have, them not learn. It a show say man them not learn in our space, brother. I Uno me learn a lot of things to Uno on YouTube. So some of them man not learn. Them not learn. The man them just stuck in the same way and the same way the administration a go.
But you still have to keep on because
you just have some bag of dunce man want to run to take over to do a bag of foolishness and them fight against them one another. And that's why the football can't grow. When you listen to madman like all and this with the speech and we make with the idiot Clavel, them people have to go one side, brother.
I don't have a
them
clue.
For go
I don't have a clue.
No. He's talking. Man is something that's happening in the local environment about. Yeah, it's something that's you should read it. You should.
Clavel's true from Harborview. The whole of them man they for go, brother. For go. Yeah, but them all dinosaurs for years. All them do. I make money off of football and them not do nothing for football, brother. So I say the whole of them for go.
But Carla, what I'm saying though is that what I'm saying though is Kevin. Like this is where now the conversation, while you're upsetting and understand the sentiment, if you have the conversation like this, you know that you're not going to solve anything. I understand the frustration, and it's a lot of fight and battle, but we have to be able to have the dialogue because we have to find a way to keep on showing people why it is necessary to have the best Jamaicans play and it doesn't affect the development of local football because local football is not developed in the Premier League. It's developed at 6 and 5 years old. So if I have a 27-year-old from Sweden playing.
We got you with my boss, man.
But if you run away if you run away the people, them, the conversation has not stopped. It's just outside that you're hearing.
Yeah. The question is, how do we produce more whispers and more babies?
Kronke, you have interviewed several times. Listen to this. Peter Black. Meaning you at one game.
Peter Black,
anyway,
hold on, man. Hold tight. Let me make my point now. Yeah, there was Dujan Whisper, who was born in Jamaica. He has never. Hold on, man. Peter Black's him name, man. You know him now. But he's going to get a reintegration of when we beat the like slave. You call Katarock name. And that's his name, brother.
Who is?
Hold on, man. Hold on now.
But I'm trying to ask you because I'm really trying to find out.
You're Reggae Vibration sound. Gunner's Boss.
Oh, so you're saying that Reggae Vibration is Gunner's Boss' own Reggae Vibration and his current name is Peter Blacks?
Yes, and him and him friend. And they shall be the victim of one of the most brutal sound killings they have ever been. I promise, you know.
Okay.
But, Mannings, what I'm saying is, I've never seen them at the game. Yet, the people who make that argument seem to ignore the fact that the coach, against the same volumes, selected Whisper and had to defend himself. So those who say you must at least have one local player in the team, who is Whisper?
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that...
Hold on, let me finish. Answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
You say the team must have Jamaican-born players in the mix. Kemar Lawrence born where? Andre Blake born where? Javian Brown born where? Damian Lowe born where? So that's not... That is a cover-up.
Yeah.
What they are... Man, let me finish the brother. Please.
Sorry.
That is a cover-up. This is not about wanting Jamaican-born in development. You guys want the players from local clubs to use the national team as a shop window to get a bus, to get a contract somewhere. And it nah go work.
All right. So all I'm saying is that people, all right, while we disagree with others, to quarrel without coming to conclusions and solutions doesn't educate anyone. it is, I understand how frustrating it is that we would still be having these conversations. But what I will say, we have to continue to educate people. A lot of persons have changed, the narrative has changed with a lot of persons in terms of how they communicate. And that is because you have to be patient with them. You have to help them to better understand how football has evolved. If you look at the Panamanian team, the St. Kitts team, the USA team, the Mexican team, other teams across the world, there's a greater integration of their diaspora, and it doesn't affect local football. We have to keep on educating people, because if you drive them away from these platforms per se, it doesn't mean they stop talking. What you want to do is to keep them in the space so they can keep on listening to this kind of dialogue. And hopefully by that, they will change their perspective. Because cussing them out and being vexed with them I don't believe don't solve anything. So how do we solve it? So I don't think it is even a discussion that should be had, because the team don't feel that way. The people in the team don't feel like, okay, where are the guys playing in the Premier League in Jamaica? They don't feel that way. In fact, you know what is funny? All the players believe that they owe it to Jamaica to win something for Jamaica. You know why? Because they believe if they win for Jamaica, money will go into the football. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a discussion, because what the players want to do most, Kronke, is to win the Copa America, win the World Cup, because they believe the more money they win for Jamaica, it is the better Jamaica football is going to be. None of these players want to win the money to bring it back to Europe. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a discussion amongst the playing group. It's a discussion.
You're being naive, because it's a discussion in other forums. And the reason is that there are ulterior motives which must be brought out and brought to bear. Now, let me say this, man. When I was on the program with Kronke and we were reviewing the overall Gold Cup experience, right?
Yeah.
And I said to him, I have to say, having watched the squad, that Trevante Stewart must feel hard done by, because of the amount of chances that fell to our strikers like Boza and Corey Burke that were not put away, and Michael Antonio. That he would be asking himself, I have proven myself to be a clinical finisher. Oh, what could I do if I was there? And so in the review and the retrospect, you could ask those questions legitimately, but the questions have to be asked on the basis of some empirical analysis that occurred. We got chances and they were not put away. We have a striker in Jamaica who, in my view, puts away chances on the big occasion, including in the JPL final. Hard done by. But at the end of the day, we accept as the coach his decision. But we can have those conversations. But don't come tell me, say, you have too much British man in that team if you go to Panama. What? On crying, I was going to use the word hell, but I know that you are a Christian. You think it's going to happen if we brought in 3 Spanish-speaking men that don't speak the English? You think that Gunner's boss is going to be more welcoming? And the xenophobic people? So now, whoa, them man, they were coming at a tech man game. Then I even chat English and be habla Espanol. So don't come here with that. All Jamaicans who have a citizenship of this island, whether by residency or naturalization or by ancestry, are Jamaicans and are protected under the rights of this constitution. Don't you dare try to abridge those rights, or you will find that enemy and a foe in a category.
You see, all right. So let me take this caller, because we want to go back to the whole Gold Cup, because I know crack have a couple more questions. But Carla, welcome to the show. Sorry about the delay.
Yeah, man, speak up yourself. Welcome back. Is what I say?
Yeah, man, bless them.
We got the panel then. You don't know, Andre, Stan Kronke, Katarock. Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. I really want to ask a question. As far as the CFU goes, you know what I mean? I don't know, maybe it's time for them to sit around a table, possibly to make some suggestions regarding especially the Gold Cup. But I know, for example, let's say, yes, US is going to be always a stronghold to host the Gold Cup nation. I think the CFU countries that especially that are involved in the games should have a say to say, listen, my base of population is here, so if we want a home game and at this location would I want it, for example. You know what I mean? Maybe some demands can be met or come to an agreement. Don't know, just a suggestion, isn't it? But I feel like maybe that can probably help to get the diaspora peoples from different nations to come support, isn't it? And maybe if them say, yeah, we can perhaps start hosting it like one time they did in other countries, maybe that will help even too. Secondly, I did want to suggest also the caller prior, him say him live here. I mean, I always hear him even on the radio too, so I know when I beat him still, but because I actually welcome to hear people's suggestion because you have to understand the mindset of people in order for we then teach them. You understand? But what may I say, I love when be patriotic regarding Jamaican. I want to see better for the youth of Jamaica. I don't think nobody would disagree on that. You understand? But what he doesn't seem to be lacking, I remember, and say, listen, the same reason why he's here is why most Jamaicans are here. Most Caribbean people are here. It's not that they want to be here. I'm referring to the States because I'm in the States. It's the fact that, listen, the opportunity is here, and that's why they come to source the opportunity here. Sometimes you stay longer, or you decide not to go back to where you come from, but you always put him in the system. So the point I want to say, for example, like him there here, I wonder if him have any youth here, if when the youth them grow up and them a play ball and them good, and them probably could have represent Jamaica. I wonder if him a go tell them, say, listen, no, I don't want you to go play for Jamaica because I want the youth of Jamaica to get the opportunity. You can't get it because you already have opportunity. I don't know if that's the way he might think, but I want him to think about that. Say, listen, careful what you say because that don't really make no sense. Think about even the players them where he might even big up both from the 70s and 80s. A lot of them even they in the diaspora too, and them left kids in the diaspora too. Maybe Gardner full of them, the whole of them and they burden them where you consider even legends. They have kids even where them live right now currently in other foreign areas.
Yeah.
And like me say, their kids decide to, yo, more have to represent and be a legend like you, Dad. Where I got where Gardner and full of them to say, boy, you know, say you can't go play in a comment, the people might go burn you out and say, boy, you're not Jamaican. I mean, think about citizenship. It's acquired through certain lineage and it's governed and protected by law. So if it's available to them, it should be fair virgin because guess what? We want the best for Jamaica at all time, whether representing on the stage, because the resources will always go back to Jamaica. If you now realize that the resources are going to help the long-term development to the actual country and the leagues.
Yeah.
We want to see the league better, but truth be told, the Premier League, most of the best players are going to leave the Premier League and come abroad also.
Absolutely.
So it's always going to be a cycle where we want the development to go on, but by not getting the bigger results and the bigger success, even just by these youths, we're basically bringing the same one. Well, not all of them was from the diaspora, barely them born in Jamaica, but meaning like even the ones that came and helped. Clearly, we get an extra 200,000 because we finished third place by technicality. No, I'm just saying. You see, more money again back into the system. So it's helping. If it wasn't helping and all of them don't take out the resources, then by all means, you probably would have a point. But if something is helping, I mean, it doesn't make no sense then. You know what I mean? Then you have to go argue across the board because as far as I know, you know, we all want the best for the team. So I just want Jamaica, my boss, and think about, like I say, everybody wants to Jamaica make it. And it doesn't matter. We qualify, we're good to go. So
and is my phone busy?
Yeah. Sorry, I think. Okay, go ahead, Andre, because I want to respond to. Sorry, sorry, caller. I don't know what happened to the call, but I think somebody was calling on the straight line and cut you off. So please, if you want, you can call back, finish up what you were saying, DJ Fatal. You understand? But go ahead, Andre, and I want to talk about, because I did ask about the CFU and I got an answer during the tournament. So go ahead.
I think it's unfortunate that we are having a discussion about whether or not people that look like us deserve to be treated or to have the same rights as everyone in a particular country, whether it's Jamaica or Trinidad, whoever the case may be. I think it's really unfortunate because, where you're born is incidental, right? If your parents had traveled 5 days before you were born, you would have had a different passport. And for us to be suggesting that that somebody who was born somewhere else or lives somewhere else should be treated differently. And I'll tell you, I find it unfortunate because it's something that I've struggled with, and I've said it here many times, that sometimes because you live away from your country of birth, they seem to suggest that you're not like Rob Smith wrote earlier, if you don't pay taxes in a country, you should not expect the same treatment as Jamaicans experience, and that Jamaica could easily be replaced with Trinidad or any other place in the Caribbean. But I'll give you an example. There's a young lady named Abby Phillip. She's a reporter on CNN. She has Trinidadian roots.
Yeah.
And at the time when that was known, I don't know of anything she has done for Trinidad. I don't even think she'd been to Trinidad if it wasn't more than one time. But she was written up in the front page of the major newspaper in Trinidad as one of our own. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe because she's on CNN, maybe because she went to Harvard, right? But we embrace her, right? Who barely knows anything about the country, but yet we would suggest that others should not have the same right and experience. And I just find it to be really unfortunate because we all look alike. We all get treated the same way when we find ourselves in different spaces. They don't care whether you're from Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Vincent, Grenada, or whatever. When they're ready, they treat us all the same way, right? And for us to not be clear that we are all brothers and sisters, and I'm here on this platform. I'm not here. I have no right to be here. You invited me and you embraced me, and you're from Jamaica and I'm from Trinidad, and we get along. And I think for any island in the Caribbean, the goal should be to get the best players. And when people make that argument, when people make the argument that it should have somebody from the island on the team, it seems as though they are suggesting that person should be held to a lower standard than everybody else. That they should be on the team just because they play locally. And it's not like, are you one of the best 23 people in the moment?
Right.
Can I just say this, guys?
Let me just acknowledge the call and then you go on. Caller, we are going to take a comment from Kronke and then I'll have you come on. All right.
I think the problem is that the people believe that you're taking away something from someone else who is less fortunate, and you're giving to someone who's more fortunate. That's the view. And they're not thinking about holistically what that means. So the example you gave, Andre, that person not taking anything from someone from Trinidad. They're promoting Trinidad because they're viewed to be in an exalted position, and it puts Trinidad in a favorable light on a global basis. Versus I bring a player in, I could have used a local player in that person's spot, so therefore I'm taking away from the local player, when that's not the case because you're competing against better talent, so you need comparable talent to compete. The question we should be asking is, why is my local talent, I give an example. In the UK, we have less than 500,000 Jamaicans, and they're producing 10 times the rate of quality that we are producing. Our question should be, why, and how do we change that? Go ahead.
All right, I have a caller. Welcome to the show, caller. Good afternoon. And I see that's Tony or Apollo. commenting that he did say to me that, but I will say this though, not in the team. I will say that again. In the team, again, if you listen to these guys, DJ and do the drum and the music they listen to, all of them listen to the same music, sing the same songs. In the team, it doesn't appear that way, but it is a discussion, the public discourse that you hear it. But go ahead, caller, and then I will give him an answer from the CFU person. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone, the panel. Frankie, Katarock, I forgot the other panel's name. But
did you say Frankie?
You guys are right. I was listening to.
Did you say Frankie? I did.
It's my fault. I wasn't Frankie. I made a mistake. So I was listening to. Ian Wright, legendary footballer in England. He has a program when there was a big discussion when Damari Gray, McKenna Anthony, and all the other players from England decided he's going to play for Jamaica. And he actually said Jamaica has enough professional players playing overseas that if they put a World Cup team together, they could actually cause a lot of damage in World Cups, in international games. He even mentioned countries like France, that they have enough diaspora playing for France that come from African country, and the World Cup is not going to be the team that naturally goes to the final anymore because these players from these countries are here and they're going to decide to play back for, the country that where they were born or their parents were born because the rules have changed. So we're seeing that now, and we have something great that even a legendary player like Ian Wright is concerned about, trying to get Jamaican players capped early for England. And we're sitting here, it's like having a pot of gold and don't know we have a pot of gold and said, it's not gold, it's bronze, just don't even, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how the mindset are the local population in Jamaica. I'm Jamaican, I'm born Jamaican. So I just can't understand how some of these callers are going about the whole gold mine that we have as far as to achieving our goal to compete internationally, because we have the players. And having players, the diaspora players playing at the top level for us does not affect the local players. It helps them grow. It even gives them enough to say, listen, I want to compete in these international games because that's Jamaica. We're doing well. So it even advances now to even start doing better in the local games, even like the school games, the local league. And another thing, and on the touch at, are we getting any money from the switch and bait advertisement that on YouTube, Google, how they blast these posters off the Reggae Boys with Leon Bailey, Mikel Anthony. But when you touch on the article, it has nothing to do with the Reggae Boys because they know that we have top players and we are the face. We are the face of actually what actually going on right now in the Gold Cup, because throughout the entire Gold Cup, everywhere you look at, Reggae Boys, Reggae Boys, Reggae Boys, Reggae Boys. But when you tap in the article, you will see a Leon Bailey, you will see a Mikel Anthony, you will see a Damari Gray. When it has nothing to it. They did it right now with the Reggae Girls. They have articles over with Reggae Girls with Monaco, but when you tap on the article, it's not Reggae Girls and Monaco. It's actually Monaco and actually Nigeria. So all these things that they're doing is they're using our face to attract a lot of traffic, but then actually they just it's just how they're using to make some fun. I don't know if they're getting the capital from it, but they use it as an advertisement where to generate revenue. I don't know, but are we looking into that as the JFF to find out what actually is going on with these false advertisements and switchbait?
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. But you know that so remember the competition at the Gold Cup has its sponsor. So whatever is done there is CONCACAF owns. So you don't own the rights to it, but you get participation. You get money for participating in the competition. So that would cover some of the advertising stuff. So it doesn't limit though the JFF from advertising, but they own it. It's like the World Cup. The World Cup can advertise when they keep the World Cup. They can put stuff out with players from France or England or from because they are the owners of the competition.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it is a
competition.
Yeah,
gotcha.
They own the competition. So the JFF can't tell them not to put a player on this article because it is CONCACAF who is doing it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, man. All right then. So let me answer.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Great show, guys. Great show. Go, sir.
What do we call you?
I'm Oral Smith, the one that keep
Smith.
posting now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bless myself. Oh, yeah, man. Bless myself. All right.
All right.
Yeah, respect. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. All right. So let me just say this. So I did Kronke because I think Andre asked this question and maybe Katarock also alluded to it about the. So I kind of asked, listen. So don't the CFU have votes that could change some of the things that are happening? And I used the word like block of votes. And they were saying that you have to be careful when you use the word block of votes because it is not a block of votes. It is collectively, we have a certain amount in the CFU, but they're all individuals. Vote. It's not like all of them belong to X, Y, and Z.
No. Manis, we agree with that,
management. That is never what was suggested.
No, man,
but that there's a block. Each country, each association has its individual vote.
Katarock. What I said is that when I was having the conversation, I used the term block of votes. And so it started with them correcting me, saying that, no, don't use that term because it's not really a block of votes. It's individual. And so they went
voting as a block. It's voting as a block.
Voting as a block as opposed to a block of votes. Just technicality. I understand, right? Yeah. So now when they moved on, they said, so here's why it is important to make that distinction. Because individual Caribbean territories have been given positions in CFU. So why would they now vote when prior to these positions being given, it was predominantly dominated by like Jamaica and Trinidad? So part of the idea is a lot of the smaller territories have been given roles and responsibilities at the CONCACAF level, which means it is harder to influence them to put every Caribbean vote together to advocate for change. So they will say, no, when Jack Warner was there, as an example, he would advocate and say, listen, I will get this for all of you. But no, they weren't getting anything. So no, they are getting things when they go.
No, it's divide and conquer.
Well, that what exactly which is part of the dialogue. That what they have done is to get us to not be together. They give many of them things to do.
Like PAP and JP do in Jamaica, they give handouts.
No, I'm sorry, man, but I can't accept that reasoning.
What?
And listen,
it's a fact. It's a fact. Go ahead.
I said I cannot accept that reasoning, and I'm going ahead to tell you why.
Yeah.
We have a regional body known as CARICOM, on which at least 20-something of those territories are signatory to. And one of the tenets of the signature that they sign is that in matters on the international stage, CARICOM nations agree to work together as a caucus and come to a common understanding, like how you have the G7 and the G22, etc. And so hello, I never interrupt nobody.
You did interrupt.
Whether it is that at the heads of government level, the CARICOM would have to then say, look, let us take this matter and address it, because at the lower level of the heads of the association, it's not working as it should. And divide and rule, as he says, divide and conquer, it's the same thing as divide and rule, is an age-old tactic that has been used from as far back as slavery, when you had the house slaves and the field slaves, and the house slaves would inform when the people are run and say, well, I get to sleep. May I finish? I get to sleep in master's house, and I get a little bit better oats in my porridge, and therefore I am going to tell when there's going to be rebellion. It's an age-old thing, and it's a dangerous, very dangerous tactic that breeds contempt and I don't want to say disillusion. Try to help with the word. but it really breeds dislike between people who should naturally be unified.
All right. So what I say, Katarock, I don't know what you disagree with from what I said, though. That's all I was asking you. What you disagree with? Because I missed that part.
Okay, that
Just give me
the
a short answer.
that the smaller territories are being given positions, or the heads of the smaller territories are being given positions at the big table in what we would call Bakra Master's house, which is CONCACAF, right? And therefore, when the time comes to galvanize a block of votes, as Stan Kronke correctly defined it as, you don't get everybody singing from the same hymn sheet because somebody gets a paycheck or per diem.
You're repeating what I said, but what you disagree with.
No, that can be the reason why we do not coalesce as a region. And I went ahead to say
I am saying to you, Katarock, that it was person who is in the CFU, part of the voting thing, who said that to me, and you're saying it is not so. You disagree with that. And I'm telling you what they who are in it said, and you're saying it is not so.
Was it
what I'm saying is that those matters should be referred up the food chain if something like that is occurring.
You're saying that you disagree with it happening when the persons who are in it saying that is happening. So
I never said I disagree with it happening. No. I disagree with it happening.
You say you disagree with. What do you disagree
Let me ask you something. It could be a point of disagreement. Is it the person at the CFU, or is it you saying that when Jack Warner was in charge, they get nothing?
Okay, so here's
Whose statement is that?
So here's, let me give you the statement. Let me give you the full, a little bit more into the discussion. So maybe if I use this example, let me use an example and then I get back to what used to happen before and prior to now. How many tournaments were held in Dominica Republic before, during Jack Warner's time? Tell me the places in the Caribbean during Jack Warner where any CONCACAF competition were held at the youth level.
I could tell you Trinidad hosted a World Cup.
And Jamaica hosted.
The 17 World Cup.
Jamaica hosted qualifiers.
Yeah.
All right. Since Jack Warner, most of those have been kept where? In Dominica Republic, right? In the States. All right. Since that time, smaller islands, since Jack Warner, smaller islands, though some of them have gotten into hot water, have had persons in key positions within CONCACAF. So the position being projected is that why would these territories know that they have been given position and they are benefiting, go to a system where they vote as a group for CFU to have greater influence when persons from the CFU were in the highest offices, they weren't seeing those benefits.
Yeah, and I heard last night I heard a discussion about I can't be an expert on it, but you guys might know better than I do about the academies that's popping up in Jamaica, and one of the regional bodies that what do you call them? CASAVA sent out a letter that was perceived as a threat. I'm just paraphrasing. Was received as a threat to shut them down if they don't do X, Y, Z. And I was listening to that discussion, and Mr. Butler was part of that discussion. And one of the things that I heard in that discussion is, well, why are you worried about that? You have your act together. And his response was, well, I can't say that I have my act together and leave everybody else to suffer the consequences. We all have to fight together. So if we're suggesting that because Dominican Republic is benefiting at the moment, that it's okay for us, for Jamaica not to host, or for somebody to argue on Jamaica's have to host a knockout stage game from the Gold Cup, or for Trinidad to host a game from the Gold Cup or another major tournament, I don't see that as a. I think the region is at a disadvantage because even though I mentioned hosting a game, we've got to be ready to host a game, right? We got to invest in the stadiums. We just pointed out that the bathrooms are in a mess in Jamaica, and the last I know is the same in Trinidad, and the dressing rooms and all that stuff. So if we want to be in that space, we have to be ready, number one. But number two, we have to have leadership. We must have somebody or some group of individuals, and my understanding is the CFU, representing the region properly so that the region could benefit and not just one or two benefits, because some people would argue that Trinidad and Tobago benefited when Mr. Warner was in charge. Okay, that's their argument. There's other people that might argue otherwise. But the idea now is to fix it, right? If that was the case, so that the entire region benefits.
That I agree with, that the entire region. But let me say it this way. Let me show you how far. And we have had these discussions, Andre, with people from the CFU. Kronke, Katarock, persons in the comment section, without going to Google, who is the head of the CFU?
I have no idea.
Who is it? Who is it, Katarock?
What's his name?
No, don't say it. Eh? Katarock.
Me don't know your number. I might as well be bad at chat. Come,
all right. Anybody in the comment section, without going to Google to find
them
it,
don't Google already, man. Them don't Google already.
Randy Harris, right? And which territory is Randy Harris from? There you go. Some people know, don't have to Google it, right? And who is the vice president? Who is the GenSec?
Who's the GenSec? We had the GenSec on, man.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't. The point I'm making is that you know who we know? Ask the same people. Kronke, who is the head of CONCACAF?
I don't remember his name. I know there's a gentleman sitting beside Infantino at the game, but I can't remember his name.
You know what I mean?
It's from Canada.
All right. The point I'm making is that is how. Here is what we used to know in the Caribbean. We never remember who the head of CONCACAF is. You know who we always know? Who is the head of CFU? And we have now transitioned as a people that we don't know who is the head of the CFU, because most of us know that is a Canadian, Victor Montiligiani, his name is the head of CONCACAF. So even in the Caribbean, it's like we the people have gone past the CFU because there's no.
I think it's. I don't know if I agree that this falls on the back of the people. I think the CFU exists. They have a job to do, and part of their job is to be in front of people, to be accountable to the region, right? And if that's not happening, outer sight, outer mind, right? What event has the CFU hosted recently in the region in regard to the development of football? We have an under-15 tournament coming up. I saw somebody asking earlier about Jamaica under-15 team. Jamaica under-15 team is heading to Trinidad to play a couple of friendlies.
Yes.
Why aren't we? Are you going Katarock? Could you handle that? Could you organize a flight to Jamaica, to Trinidad, and accommodation, and make it there for the first game is on the 24th?
He only follows the senior team. He doesn't follow the junior team.
Why have to come close to
Pardon me? No, management. I'm asking you to do your duty as the host and reprimand Stan Kronke.
Kronke is the host. All I'm saying, Katarock, why every time you're speaking, you have to come so close to the camera?
Yeah. He wanted to reprimand the host. So let me, as a host, and I've given you a lot of leg room to see me. That be my number.
No, Stan Kronke. I fly in first class. I have a lot of leg room. I don't need any more leg room from you.
You don't fly in first class because I saw you in the seat. You don't fly in first class. Stop lying.
You saw me.
You don't fly in first class.
You unlike Brain Drain, who can't produce a picture at the stadium, I will send to management my flight pictures, and he knows.
You're at the emergency seat because right, you know.
No, I don't sit in the emergency row, sir. I don't sit in the emergency row, sir. I sit in the lay flat seats, front of the plane, Never back
Well,
of the class.
you say you were 300 pounds.
Do
You better fly
not
first class.
try that. Mannings, I will provide the necessary evidence. I sit where the champagne and Hennessy is served, not the peanuts and pretzel. No. Andre, you had a legitimate question. Could you please repose that to me again? You would like me to come where and when?
Let me repose the question. What city was the stadium that Jamaica played Mexico in America? What city is that? What airport do you have to fly to?
Las Vegas, Nevada. I was not there.
What airport do you have to fly to get there?
Pardon me?
What airport do you have to fly into to get to that stadium?
To get to that stadium?
Yeah.
I've been to Nevada. I don't know the name of it, but I've been to Nevada. I can also send pictures of him. I was the DJ when Andre Ward had a fight. I pick it up against a Russian guy. Katarock was the official DJ at the MGM Grand. Don't you dare try me, bro.
Okay, so hold on.
Me on a regular.
Just do this so we can.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, where were you inviting me to in Trinidad, sir?
Management.
Why you calling management?
Go ahead, hold on. Management.
The ladies here are just laughing at you, bro. Where are you inviting me to, sir?
Katarock. Let's bring some order. We need some order. So wait, I have to run soon because we have been on for about 3+ hours. And in my own view, we have about 10-15 minutes remaining.
There you
go. I want to finish the conversation with Manningsman, so let's bring it back.
Right. So let's bring it back to that.
Manningsman. I want to talk about not the game holistically against Mexico, but what was the post-mortem around that game? Because those who watched the game like myself were very frustrated about how we played. Now, it showed that Mexico was the best team in the tournament. And in fact, they played better than Panama, much better than Panama last night. So why were we so confident? And why did that confidence dissipate? Because Mexico scored early. So if you're that confident, you should be able to recover. And we watched the game saying there are some obvious things in the game that should have been amended, addressed, and worked and amended. So what was the post-mortem like?
Okay. All right. So I will just give it from my part. You see, that game, I think the conditions. So we played Sunday against Guatemala, right? A late game. USA played after us, so we ended up late. We ended up getting back to the hotel late, and we had to travel Monday, right, to Las Vegas. And if you know, if you get in late, because you know it time, there's a 3-hour time difference, 4-hour flight. So when you leave one place to get to the other, it's like you're restarting your day. Right, which means that now some of the players struggled. We had players who struggled like with sleeping issues because of all of the changing time. So when we got to the game, the heat, they were going through a heat wave in Las Vegas. Now, people may say about Mexico, but Mexico were actually in I think in Texas. They were in Houston in Texas. So they were basically on the West Coast. It wasn't too far for them. All right. So we got there on the Monday. Couldn't train because of the time you got in. So we only had the opportunity to train on the Tuesday. And the time that was allotted to us was in the middle of the day when there is a heat wave. So we had to ask to do the training earlier, which is at 9, to try and end it because it took an hour to the field. So you did that. I think the heat in itself and the conditions, it took a lot of energy out of the player. So by the time we got to the game, I believe like the quick turnaround, because we got a longer break. We got a longer break from the last game to the quarterfinals, but a shorter break from the quarterfinals to the semi. Mexico had a better break than us because our break was after the St. Kitts game. If you check it, we got like 10 days off. They got theirs after the quarterfinals. So they had a little bit better in terms of recovery time than us. Of course, no excuses. We got to the game. I think the first 5 minutes, I think how we conceded that first goal took a toll on the team. If you remember how that goal was scored, we got a free kick because this was the first breakaway. I think Mikel Antonio got down the flank. He was fouled. We got a free kick. Leon Bailey took the free kick. It didn't go in. It came back out to Javian Brown. who played it over to the back post. Both persons at the back post missed the header. Then when that ball was headed out, the two persons on that side collided. All right, and the counter started. And as you see, when you get back down to the goal, the man swing the ball, two players over there, nobody pressed the ball. So that whole sequence of
By the way, we called that whole sequence, by the way. You can go watch on your tape.
Yeah.
We talked through that whole sequence about what the deficiency, the mistakes were, but yes.
So if you go back from the beginning, the free kick could have been better. The fact that we never won the second ball, the collision of the two players, also how we defended in the box, all of those things, and I think that in and of itself kind of took it kind of professional players, but I think that affected the game. And then probably by the 17th minute, brilliant free kick, but again the team felt like we never needed to concede a free kick in that moment because we were pretty covered. So it wasn't the quality of the free kick, it was that the free kick was given up. And
but man, all three goals came from the same side of the field.
Yeah, all three goals. But one, like I said, you have to give credit for the free kick. But
yes, we agree with the free kick. We agree with the free kick.
The concession of the free kick was what was the issue. And I just think that also Mexico, this was the best game they played in the tournament. If you listen to their coach, they said that. A lot of people also don't remember that this Mexican team are the players who won the Olympic gold medal with the same coach. So he knows these players and he coached them in the Olympic when they played in the gold medal match. I think though they are a young team, I think that is a factor. And like just leading up to the game, what happened? I mean, you could tell like even Mikhail was tired. As time got like a breakaway, and the man kicked the shot, be able to go to the goal, and him just lie down on him belly, man. It was.
But Mannings, part of what people are concerned about is this.
Yeah.
Going to the tournament, most people expressed concern about the middle. We had a defender in the middle. We're not sure who was playing the 10. And we had Lambert, who defensively is good, but offensively is not there. But yet, we seem to play two people in the middle while they flood the middle, which then became a challenge for us. So you walk away saying, what was the thought process? If you're behind the scenes, you have more perspective on this. If you're watching the game or you're an observer, you're just like, I'm confused.
In terms of what though? Like remember,
so they flood the middle and we have less people in the middle. Put it that way. They would have 3 or 4 people in the middle. We only have 2 people in the middle. We only had Lambert and Latti, right? And Lambert doesn't take the ball from his defense because we had 4 people up top. They weren't really coming back. We had 4 forwards as far as I'm concerned. Now, people tell me we play. First of all, I have no idea what formation we're playing. I don't want to get into the specifics because I know you put you in a compromising situation. But we're playing 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1. No, I don't want to put him in a difficult situation. I'm not doing that. 4-2-4. I'm just expressing how frustrated I was watching the game, which is, it's like you and I talk about Arteta a lot. It's like when City play Arteta. Guardiola cover up his book and Arteta can't see his notes, so he has no idea what to do.
Yeah.
Because when they play us, they play De Bruyne up front, beside Haaland, and beat our press. I didn't think, I'm not going to put you in a situation, so I'm going to move forward by saying this. I didn't think our team strategically was well constituted and set up to provide their best on that day.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this.
Yes, put me on the spot. Put me on the spot. That's better.
Is it a personal change or a setup that you had an issue with? How the team was set up?
Both.
All right. So who are the personnel you think should have?
Kronke, don't let management do that to you, Kronke.
No. I have no problem doing this. You can't play 4 forwards, Mannings, man. No. I want him to do it because I don't want to put him on the spot. So I want to do it.
No. What I'll say is
I don't want to put him on the spot. So you can't play 4-2-4 against Mexico. We played 4-2-4. I don't care what anybody tell me. We played 4-2-4. Secondly, you can't play Bailey beside Antonio because Bailey doesn't pass the ball. So either you bench Bobby Reed or you bench Bailey. That's the first thing. And you're going to put somebody else in the middle. I don't think put a central defender in the middle to help block up the lane or block up the passes.
But with central midfielder, but all right. So I don't think we were playing 4-2-4.
Mannings, man.
All
if
right,
Bailey playing beside Antonio and Bobby playing one wing and Greg playing one wing, we're playing 4-2-4.
So check how many times. Watch the game. I want you to watch the game and tell me where was Demarai Gray and Bobby Reed when we were defending. I can show you a still picture.
They come back and Demarai got so frustrated, him start playing like inside left number
before
8.
we get to that, remember you're saying that we're playing 4-2-4.
4-2-4.
If I show you pictures, still pictures of the team defending with 2 backs of 4, and Mexico not able, because remember how the goals were scored is not breaking down our defense. Do you realize? Check it. The first 2 goals.
Except the last one.
So the goals, the defenders were not broken down. And if you got the first half again, you can say, whoa, Mexico should have scored that. Whoa, they should have scored that because they broke through the defense. Except within that first 5 minutes. Right? Remember now, so the team, the defensive, it was 2 banks of 4. Again, it was a counter and the team was out of shape. Why the first goal?
But Manny, here's what we're not talking. We're talking about the defensive component. And when you're trying to control the middle of the park, it also is on your offensive end.
So
here's the question that arises. Where was Bailey playing? The 10 or wing?
All right, so let's move now, because if you're talking about how we transition offensively, what you can say is that the progression of the ball in the middle of the park is what we can question. Because remember now what Mexico did, when Mexico were defending, what they pushed the person right up on Demarai Gray. I don't know if you realize. So until you watch game, you don't realize the high level of scouting that people do. So Demarai Gray, they were high up on Demarai Gray. So the wingers stayed wide. And so the only time he had room was when he come inside. Bam, same thing with Leon Bailey, right? So you have that. Now, I can understand if you say, but if we had somebody more progressive in the middle of the field with the ball, then that person could have broken through, like how Odegaard would break through midfield for Arsenal when the wide player.
Mannings, that's the point, both offensively and defensively, Mannings. Because you know what? If you're too well up the field, when you win the ball, I got to kick it long to get it to you.
No,
right? If you're playing 4-2-4 Mannings, man, and I play 4 people up front.
Let me give it. I'm going to give you 4 things, because for me, a lot of this was learning. You know how we scored against Mexico? When we played in Mexico, one of the goals, it was a long ball with Shamari headed it, Bobby Reed scored. All right?
Yeah.
In the games that we played, we created chances and score goals by the same long ball headed down, the other person come bomb, you play through the score, right? Mexico won a lot of those balls, because you have to understand as well, Kronke, the deficiencies in a team. So for example, I know that I don't have a Martin Odegaard to progress the ball for me in midfield. So here's what I do. All right. I let them focus on keeping the balance defensively, because I know if I can knock that ball up to Antonio, he can hold it up and get my wide players involved in the game, right? The distribution, which is what a lot of people complain about, the distribution of our goalkeeper, I think our goalkeepers for this tournament was way better. The thing is that it's not like we were losing the ball when we played it long. It's just that we never created enough opportunities from them. Because if you check it out, Mikel Antonio was either fouled or he laid off the ball. At the end of the day, the team lose, and we have to agree that the team lose. But in hindsight, everybody can say if this player had played. Many people say if Ravel was in there, the team would have played better. If this person started, right? People say Bailey wasn't on the field. But I can tell you as well that if you take off Mikel Antonio, what happened is that the Mexicans feel more at liberty to play out. So take out Mikel Antonio, take out Leon Bailey, take out Bobby Reed, let's remove the 4 that were up there and see how we work. Because that's what we have to do. We can't say this person should have. Who are
Mannings, you got, if you say you play 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1, whoever's playing, because Bailey was playing beside Antonio, whoever's playing the 10, we got nothing from the 10 position. They didn't get the ball off the midfield to give to the forward. They weren't helping defense. We got nothing. So either you move Bailey outside and take out Bobby Reed and you could put Gray inside.
Okay.
Because Gray's the only one Manning's man don't feel pressure.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you
Gray's
this.
the only player in Jamaica team who didn't feel pressure.
Let me ask you this. It is
the
the same starting 11 that started against Guatemala. What your thoughts about it? What your thought about the Guatemala?
I don't think we were that great against Guatemala. We won the game easily, but they weren't that great. The level of the competition determining how you play.
But you know that possession-wise, Guatemala came into that game with the best stats in the competition.
No, I understand. And they won the zone with Canada.
And Jamaica nullified that.
Yeah, but Manning's man. The level of competition means you have to change. Manning's man, you know this. You only as good as your opponent you play against sometimes in a Manning's man.
There you go. So that's what I'm asking now, because
that's why the coaching ability has to differentiate you, because the quality is not the same level.
All I'm saying to the people is this, right? In the game, the defense did not get broken down when defending, when the goals were scored. They were scored.
Except for the last goal.
Except for the last goal. The team. No, right? That's all I'm saying. It's not like they were breaking down the defense. So defensively, the midfielders and the defenders were doing well. I thought like they were doing well, right?
So, but Manning's here's the problem,
Kronke, you've been at it now for a while. May somebody else pose a question?
One last point. Manning's, here's the problem, Manning's man. We go in the tournament with the 4 best supposed offensive player in the tournament.
Yes.
They weren't in the game.
For this game, though.
What I'm saying. But that's the problem, Manning's man. So how do I get them the ball, or how do I allow them to help get the ball up front? Anyway,
first, let me say this. First, what I'll say is this. First, we have to, we have to give credit to Mexico, because their coach said this is the best game that we have played in the competition, because we knew who, that's what they were saying. We knew who we were coming up against. Again, this is a team that played in the Olympic gold match. This is a team that the coach was the coach when they were in the Olympics. No excuses. All right. So now we need to look at it. On the day, I think Jamaica underperformed as a team. Right? We underperformed as a team. I expected a whole lot. But we have to think about, was it really the formation? Was it the personnel?
So Mannings.
I don't. Could I add this?
Mannings, hold on, Andre. Andre.
Go ahead.
My Trinidadian friend. Allow me, please. We are talking knockout round here. So I'll allow you to speak when we get back to group phase matches. Manny, I just have a couple of questions, Mannings, and it's because it's unfamiliar territory for the Soca Warriors. Mannings, I have a few questions now, and I want you to answer honestly.
That's what I've been doing all show.
We had 3 strikers who play professional football day in, day out. Corey Burke, Shamar Nicholson, and Mikel Antonio. And between the 3 strikers for the entire tournament, they scored 1 goal. What is your analysis of that sad fact? That's the first question.
The first question, Katarock, is like, you're asking me, coaching, I didn't go there to analyze Corey Burke. What kind of question is that?
I didn't ask you to analyze Corey Burke.
But it's what is my analysis?
I said to you, we went there with our 3 strikers who play number 9 for high-level clubs.
I'll score 1
high-level
goal.
clubs.
What is my analysis? He said, what is my analysis of that?
Yes, of that. Having been at the game and saw the game and watched it on TV, and I'm not asking you to tell what the coach would say, what's your Manning's man analysis of that? And keeping my question short, so I give you a long enough time to answer.
I believe without scoring, Antonio had an effective tournament. I think if you watch from the first game to the last game, I think the last game it was the least impactful. But leading up to that, he was involved in most of either the first pass or the second pass and stuff. So he was involved. To look at it and say, well, he didn't score as I want to like estimate that makes it a bad tournament, I would not agree. Corey Burke came on in a few games, did well. Shamar Nicholson didn't score a goal, but he did create some opportunities in the games that he played as well. Leon Bailey.
Man, it starts sound like Katarock. I missed that.
No, so I did not raise Leon Bailey, and I'm going to sell Manning's man. No, Manning's man.
Yes.
You are officially the manager man, not Manning's man. So you know, put on the table that Shamar Nicholson came on and had a good game. And I'm telling you, what you fail to say.
No.
You said he created chances.
Yeah. He created chances. Chances. Yeah.
At home, but you failed to mention how many chances Dashway.
Say, I'm giving you, if you want to do that, you can do that. You can't tell me that I failed to mention. You asked me to analyze something. You can't tell me to analyze it.
Finish the analysis, sir.
So you were talking about the fact that they only scored one goal, right? And I'm saying that to look at it and say they only scored one goal, and that's an indication of their quality, to me.
No, I never said anything about their quality, sir. I did not.
No, Mannings, here's a different stat. No, Mannings, here's a more damning stat, Mannings, man. Here's a more damning stat. Yeah. This is a stat you should think about.
Yeah.
The front four only scored in 20% of the games. Let me repeat that, Mannings, man, because I've been preaching this for the longest since the tournament started. The front four only scored in the Trinidad game. They didn't score in any other game. Now, we agree that they got assists. They only scored in one game, management. That cannot be acceptable for the front four. The vaunted front four, which everybody feared the tournament, scored in one game. And they didn't score in any difficult game. They didn't score against Guatemala. They didn't score against Mexico. They didn't score against the U.S.
But how did we create the goal in the first game from Damian Lowe, the header?
I'm giving you man. I don't want to answer the question.
No.
They had assists. Gray had assists to Lowe in the first game.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So sometimes, all I'm saying to you is that sometimes our goal scoring stats important, very important. So what are we measuring? Because seeing that we're not evaluating the overall player's performance, we're just talking about goals. Do we look at their contribution? So in the USA game, let me finish now. For the USA game, for the most part, we were leading that game because brilliant. I will tell you this: that free kick is a free kick that they practice. Like they practice it. We scored. We got a penalty that was missed. The rebound was also missed. From a next set play that they created where Lambert was fouled. All right? Bob. All right. The second game against Trinidad.
Before you go to the second game, before you go to the second game, if you and I were watching Arsenal play against the US, and from the 80th minute on, the coach made substitution, we would have beat Arteta, man. Me and you'd have beat him. And you and I know that we would have beat Arteta for the changes he made from the 80th minute to the end of the game, defending against a team that's playing better than us, and substituting forwards versus putting defenders on to lock up and short the defense. Me and you would have beat him, man. No, you answer it.
Okay.
Me and you would have beat him. If it was Arteta.
I hear you.
Keep going to the second game.
So let's go to the second game. The second game we defeated Trinidad and Tobago, right? And though Trinidad had, I would say they had around 2 opportunities. They had a penalty that was called, but ball wasn't a penalty. They had 2 opportunities that they could have scored. If you look at chances missed, Jamaica could have scored, in my opinion, around 6 goals minimum. When you look at
8 minimum. 8 minimum. Count them. 8. Sorry, Andre. 8 minimum.
By chances missed. All right. So what we can say is that first game and second game, the team was creating enough opportunities. Let's go to the third game. The third game was even an easier game because I think we could have scored more, even against St. Kitts. All right. The Guatemala game, Guatemala did not create opportunities. I think they had this brilliant header that Blake saved. But really and truly, they didn't create a lot of opportunities. Jamaica, however, missed opportunities in that game. So my point is, if our conversion rate was better, so I don't have a problem, if our conversion rate was better, by the time we got to Mexico, Mikel Antonio could have scored 3 goals. Leon Bailey could have scored like 6 goals up to that point. In my
And Gray could have scored more because he missed some
Gray
easy shots in the box against Guatemala.
There you go. Daniel Johnson, before he scored that goal in the game that he scored, he missed an opportunity in the previous game. So all I'm saying is that Shamar Nicholson missed some. So we're creating enough opportunities, just not converting those opportunities.
But man is man. That has been the age-old problem of Jamaica. We create opportunities and we don't put them to bed.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting to. So my overall assessment of the forward that you mentioned is that though it's one goal, it is not the creating an opportunity that is our problem. It is the conversion of the opportunities created. So here's
I think it was a problem against US and against Mexico.
Well,
against the US, we got a penalty and we scored up a header.
No, man. In the first half of the US game, I run in the first 17 minutes. We should have been up 3. We'll go back to that game.
No, I think we should have been up 2.
Yeah. So if we had scored our chances in the US game early, the US game at halftime, we could have been up by 4 goals if we scored. If Bailey got the penalty late in the first half, remember? But before that, we got other opportunities that we could have scored.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is that
28 minutes.
You had 3 big chances in the USA game.
Yeah, in the first half. Yeah.
In the first half.
Yeah. All I'm saying, is that so what I said the players need to the forward line is the fact that they have not converted, and which is one of the problems we have had in the World Cup campaign. If you go back to when we play Costa Rica, we never converted our opportunities. Same thing in Mexico, in the World Cup. We could have scored a next goal or 2. We never converted, they came back. Same thing happened in the games in Jamaica. It is our conversion rate that I think is the biggest issue, because without what we say as a creative midfielder, we have created opportunities because of the potency of those front players, but we're not converting, which is the problem.
In hindsight,
you're using a euphemism. We not score. Conversion is, and that's what Stan Kronke has been saying, and I'm going to give him his credit. He has been consistent with this from the whistle blew off in the USA game. We not score. The front not score. The nice words like conversion rates are technical terms. The ball in the back of the net.
If I say that we're not scoring and you say we're not converting, what is the difference?
No, he's saying one is more blatant and one is not one is not euphemism. One is more blatant and to the point. That's what he's saying.
I heard a top striker, he's now retired, in the game recently, talked about he was on a podcast and he talked about, they were asking him about when he missed chances. And he said that he doesn't bother when he missed chances because the fact that he's getting them is an indication that he's going to score goals. Jamaica.
That's Cascarino. Cascarino said that. What's his name? Cascarino.
No, that was Michael Owen. I heard.
No, Cascarino said the same thing the other day on TalkSport.
Right. So Jamaica is creating chances. Jamaica has top strikers and forwards in the team. So I think on the CONCACAF level, we know that Jamaica is going to score goals in the future. That's one way to look at it. The other thing is the highest ranked team that you beat was Trinidad. That would be a little bit concerning, and that could be the result of that.
No, sir. You're trying to suggest that you are ranked higher than Guatemala?
I think so.
Go look.
Guatemala was 100. Yeah, they are actually.
Go look.
Oh, Trinidad is ranked higher than Guatemala. Wow. Congratulations, sir.
I think Guatemala had some problems before, right? They had some problems before.
But man is man. I think somehow it might be a little bit unfair to you when to talk directly to the football, knowing that you were so close to it, because anything could be construed as you probably, it's not going to be taken in the right way as before. But I'd say this: Kronke and I did look at the game. We did the game, and I don't know. This is just my opinion. Because I think we agreed to this on the show. In the first half of the game, Jamaica did not get close to Mexico. The intensity was lacking, and I think the coach alluded to that after the game as well. The intensity was lacking, and Mexico did what they wanted. The second half, the intensity was better. That's just my opinion. But let me ask you, because I know we're coming to the end. You've been doing this for a while. You've now had an opportunity to see the inside. Is there 3 things? Could you tell us 3 things that now that you have seen the inside somewhat, although it could still be considered from a limited perspective, but with all the things that have been discussed in these forums, is there 3 things that was misunderstood that you can share, that you now learn that it is the way it is, and not the way it was seen by some of the fans?
Yeah, like one is just is players. Like this idea that there is probably a division or a C between one set is a myth from my observation. The people, like all of these players, get along, communicate. It's just this one team. At no point I felt like Mikel Antonio is not afraid of helping to unload a truck or to load a truck. So
but you have never had this group before, though. You have never had a team that's made.
Well, a lot of these guys have been a part of the system, so that's what I'm saying. I can't speak to what used to happen, but what I know is that going in, you hear that, boy, these players are there's been problems and divisions in the team and all of that. Even past players came and visited. That mean who were not selected, and they still got along with everyone. So you get the feeling like, for the most part, the players are together. And I think Damian Lowe, in an interview on the coach's desk, did speak to that. All right, that's one thing that I really I took away from that. And the second thing is human resources is key. I just imagine if I were not there, the amount of things that the manager would have to do, it would have caused certain things to fall apart. It is impossible to have one person manning all of these things, especially for a tournament. You may be able to get away with it for a one game, but when it comes to a tournament, you need to have a good team for the administrative functioning of the thing. I must add this.
22 staff is what some of the other teams.
Well, we had 19 in total.
Right.
If you include the chef, I think it's 20 for the players. But I will say this. The good thing as well is that we had the benefit, and these 2 persons must be given a lot of credit. There's a gentleman called Pepe from Spain who came as a courtesy to the coach to do physical training with the team. He's a Spaniard. I mean, just if he had not been there, I just don't know. So like his effort, and they did this at like no cost. Like then the next person is this guy called Darren. Darren is like Mikel's masseuse and thing, but he just came and just was a part of the team and served
everybody.
Served everybody and helped. Like without these things, you could see like players complaining and having issues.
Right.
So just these additions in and of themselves.
It was not just your addition then. It was not just you who saw on.
No. Little, you understand me? So those things I think are critical.
And the third one?
The third one is no. I think we have gone a next notch above most of our Caribbean counterpart. So for the first time in our football, right? This is key. Like when players come to our national program and they whatever they do, it is sent back immediately to their club, because the whole GPS, all of those things are. We have a whole new system in the national program now, where Mikel Antonio club can see his work weight, his speed, all of those things are tracked immediately and sent immediately. Yeah, they can see it. Everything goes directly to their clubs, all the reports right away, with our video cameras and all of those things. So that we are the only Caribbean team that and even some of the Central Americans didn't have that. We have recovery. For the first time, the team had its own recovery boot. So when you play the game and you have to travel, you can wear your recovery boot for the players. I don't know if people are familiar with that. It helps with the recovery after the game.
Do you know? Do you know that?
So those things are big in football, and for the first time, they were made available to the team. So those things,
And that's interesting, because sometimes you hear people talk about the football here as though it's substandard to Europe, whatever the case may be. At the academy level here in the MLS, they've been using that for years. You go to some of the showcase tournaments and you see the kids that decided the fields with it and that kind of stuff. That's what the game has evolved to, you know. And
in fact, I tell people, this is the next time you see a Jamaica national team train in Jamaica, you're gonna see that it's different. Just the kind of equipment that they had, and all of this was provided for. Because I've said this because I remember Coach Theodore Whitmore during his leadership said that there were many things he was asking for. I don't know if people remember that he could not get or he didn't get, and all of those things. Like, the amount of equipment and stuff that they have added, it has just increased the level of professionalism and preparation for the team. And I think that is big because now there's better interaction between the international clubs and the federation. So those are the things that are, this reason.
Yeah, I'm glad. Hold on, Andre, we're going to question at a time. You had your question, Andre. You had your question. So now I'm going to pose mine.
But can I wrap up?
You know, I'm actually, we've been going so long. I'm replying to some work from actual work I'm doing. That's why I seem to be distracted.
So Andre, we're going around. I'll take mine. I'm not giving you a piece of the cake. Man, yes. Can you, in what way you could give? Demarai Gray came to CONCACAF and was a revelation. Can you share with us your thoughts as to what might have led to the success of this player joining in the Reggae Boys and coming to CONCACAF, and how we can replicate that, because the transition to CONCACAF has not been smooth for many players who have come to represent the Reggae Boys?
I mean, that's very
a good question from Katarock.
I mean, Demarai Gray players, he has played in the highest. Demarai Gray is a Premier League winner. He has played in Germany. He has played in England. He's a high-quality player. I don't know which player from the Premier League, top player from the Premier League, has come to the national team and struggled.
Frank Sinclair. You want to go there?
Years ago, Katarock.
Harry Hales.
Frank Sinclair did not.
No. I'm management. I hate to put you on the spot. Liam Bailey has struggled. We don't need to go back to Sinclair. Liam Bailey has struggled. He's been struggling from put the national colors, and he stays struggling.
Okay.
So, right. No, so that's what I really would like us to know, because I want us to learn the lessons so that it can be replicated. Because I think...
Here's what, Katarock. You know,
I don't know it's a fair question. It's
hold on. Let me answer. What fast food do you like, Katarock?
I don't eat fast food, brother. I'm not married.
Hold on, there's somebody in the background.
You hear that?
I'm going to mute my mic.
You cannot make this up. You can't make this up. Even if you tried. That's the best ever. That's the best ever.
Repeat after me. I must not tell a lie. So, management.
That's a drop the mic comment. We shouldn't say another word on this program. That's a drop the mic comment.
Listen, so, management, I was about to say that.
I can't remember what point I was making. I don't even know what we were discussing. I don't remember.
When we get to this point of the show, we say we are over and out.
What's your favorite fast food? I want to know, what's your favorite fast food, Katarock? Tell us.
I can't even answer this stuff. When it comes to this part of the show, I have some domestic matters to take care of. I have some discipline to go and think, because I just can't have the ladies just. I promise you that it will not happen again on the show. I will let it go.
Frame Katarock's face.
Only continue if you tell us what's your favorite fast food. That's the only how. Otherwise, your mic is muted.
Actually, I'll take off his glasses.
Going forward. Katarock, the floor is yours.
What I'll say though is that the biggest thing though is that there's nothing, which is what we believe. I think the management and the coach believe that a player, unless players go back and say, "Yo, I mean, we had a great time," and because at the end of the day, the highest quality players, I believe, the conviction that they need is that this is the best program and a professional program. I think the biggest success that will come out of the Gold Cup is that the players left there feeling like they were cared for. And because we have had other occasions where you have a lot of negatives. And I think when they go back, like a Mikel Antonio can go to somebody at West Ham and say, like, man, you need to come, man. I'm going back in September because we had such a good time at the Gold Cup. We didn't win, but I mean, we were taken care of. The food was good. The coaching, the from the massage, the medical stuff. To me, the biggest selling point is like, when you turn up somewhere, you feel like you don't just believe in it, you belong, and you're treated that way until that is what will sell.
I'll say this, management, which is, if you remember when England lost at the European Championship and Rashford, Sancho, and Saka missed their penalty, what transpired subsequently? You don't have the same level of venom and viciousness that applies to the players, right? That applies to the tournament in this situation. We're disappointed, yes, and we may complain about the players, but it's not done where we're so disrespectful to the players about calling them names and going to a certain place where you shouldn't go, be personal, versus talking about their football and football acumen and ability. So I think that's a big difference as it relates to here and feeling a sense of belonging. Whereas some places where you only appreciate your skill, but when it doesn't materialize, you and your family and your race are part of the conversation. Yeah.
Is there a chance that I've had experiences where people in Europe, in England in particular, would speak about CONCACAF football in a certain way, in a negative way. Football in America, as though it's underdeveloped compared to there. Is there a chance that these players could be thinking that the football is going to be at a lower level? They underestimate the quality of the football in the region, so that might lead to the bad performance. And I know you wouldn't have the answer to that, but that would be a good thing to hear one of those players discuss whether or not, if they would do it honestly, they came in underestimating the level of the competition.
Listen, let me tell you this. Like, it is, which is what you want. Like, I think the players, I can tell you, like Damian Lowe, he wants competition. He will tell you, yeah, man, bring them, come in, man. Bring in the biggest name, because you see, when you come on to training them out there, Andre Blake wants the best goalkeepers ever to come and play for Jamaica, because he wants to go up against them, because he believes that the competition is going to make him better. Same thing with Shamar, Corey Burke. That's how they like, and some of these guys will even make it like, they will talk in this way, like, listen, the players who play in the league in Jamaica don't challenge these guys enough for their games. And they want people who they believe are going to challenge them for their spot, because they believe they will get the best out. And that is the kind of environment I think you want to create in the national team. So I now know that players are not going to, like, players know that as players come, they may lose their spot, which is what you want. But the biggest selling point is not even what the fans is secondary. The first thing is that Demarai Gray wants other players to come and play for Jamaica. And he wants to now come and play before the fans. What happens is that, what happens when these guys who you tell them, man, hey, wait until you come to the stadium and you hear the music a thump and you see all the whole of the people them beer yellow and they turn up and they're just seeing the silver seats.
They're actually benches.
Oh, so what's the difference between the bench and the seat?
If I have to tell you that.
But to my question, all of that is.
Andre, you asked something important, and I think that we really have to. Well, the team has to look at that, and I've often spoken about the orientation material that is given to a player who is joining the squad, and that it be handled like a human resource management. At JFF handles it. But when you come in, you get a proper orientation. That this is not where you come to sip pina coladas on the beach. This is CONCACAF, and your career can go into a graveyard because they are big players out here. A question that I would like to ask, if I ever gets the opportunity to ask Michael Antonio, is how is it that you are able to dominate, and even when you're closely guarded by defenders and double teamed by defenders, particularly in Europe, in the Conference League, you are able to shake them off and still score. But I would love him to, and it's not a question for here, but I'd just love to hear his response as to what it is about the CONCACAF defenders.
Let me say this too. Let me see if I can respond, and then because we need to close the show, because no, Kronke need to go and I need to go. Let me say this, right? So the game that we won, the biggest, where was it? No, we were in. All right, yeah. Well, one of the games that we played better was because we closed down the Guatemalans very well. It was raining in Ohio, lightning and stuff. You know, in the States it's very different. In the States it's very different, right? What I mean different is that, you know, they have the thing that tell you how far the lightning is at, and you have to come off the field, blah, 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 for safety reasons. You know, in Jamaica, you play a ball in thunder and lightning. In Jamaica, that's what they do. It's not safe, but people do it because I don't know if there's a different kind of lightning in the USA than in Jamaica.
No, I think that's knowledge. First, understanding the risk, and two, putting the safety. This is a very litigious society. And you don't want to be responsible for 18 kids and one gets struck by lightning.
Well, in Jamaica, lightning,
your program down.
Andre, all I'm saying to you, in Jamaica right now, you go to some primary schools and lightning and thunder, and everybody out there drop ball. In fact, they will tell you that at the sweetest ball. I'm just telling you, Jamaica. Right. That's Jamaica, right?
Katarock wouldn't know that because he doesn't play football. But keep going.
You all gotta fix that. You all gotta fix that.
All right. So we were now, you know, we had to come off the field like some of the players said, listen, the players who played in the States said, listen, this is some serious lightning, you know. When them lightning are licking at the States, it look like them lick right beside you, you know, and they're tracking it. So someone go in the bus, someone were underneath the tent. You see the players from England, they put on their raincoat, and you know where they wanted to go? Out in it. Because they preferred being in the rain because it was cool. All right? I believe if we are in conditions similar to what is in England, it would be way better for our team. I can tell you this.
Man, it's always raining in England anyway.
Exactly. So here's the thing. You see the heat and the English players, it don't go down well. It's a real thing. Whether you want to say them dark skin or light skin, they don't manage it well.
Why can't I make his face up? It's true because they're not used to that.
Hold on. Explain how Paula Lee dark, Dean Burton, light skin, how them did manage the heat that we were playing at 12 and 3 o'clock in the middle day at sun.
Katarock, slow down. Wasn't Dean Burton and Paula in Jamaica camping?
In Jamaica camping?
Yeah.
No, they weren't camping.
Paul Hall and Dean Burton and Fitzroy Simpson camped in Jamaica. Now tell me that. They kept
During the season? No, sir. You have that wrong. Young man, you have that wrong.
No, Katarock, don't be smart. You just
I am smart.
You just don't know what's your favorite fast food. That's all.
We don't all agree. But go ahead, Mannings. We don't agree. It's not a consensus.
Why are you entertaining the ladies who are here, Mannings?
Katarock just added in the season. Katarock, when Dean Burton came to Jamaica, it was not during season.
He came on holiday. And I'm talking about when they were playing competitive games, sir.
When the competitive game started, they were in a camp in Jamaica leading up to that game for a month. The first game. They came in the summer on holidays and they stayed in the camp. The three of them for the first game that we played in the return round. And
so are you saying that going to? Are you saying that
I have to run?
Okay. Respect.
Here's my last point, Mannings, man. My contention was, and I said this with Andre, when Pulisic, Des, Robinson, Musa, and more recently Balogun come, they dominate in this region. My 4 Premier League players, or my 4 3/4, I call them, because Amar Bailey is going to go in there and let Kisias play some. They didn't dominate, Mannings, man. That's all I'll say. I got to run. No, they did not dominate, and they need to dominate given the level they play at.
Let me keep you a good kid, man. Good kid. Good.
I do have to run, guys. It's been
wonderful. Respect, Kronke. Well spent 4 hours of which you spoke for 3.5.
Please call your son back.
No, my son is right here, so I gotta go. He's here. It's the most important thing to me. So I gotta run, guys. Take it easy. All right.
Yeah. All right, big up. Thanks, Kronke. Every time. Yeah, man. All right. Katarock.
Yeah, brother.
Say your last.
Oh no. So the last thing I will leave you with is 2 questions that I have that you can't answer now, but in the future, I want to at some point, maybe tomorrow, next program, really touch on a player who I think doesn't get mentioned very often, but just through my observations, being there and seeing is Daniel Johnson, who is Mr. Birmingham, and all the players who were it seems to be like what we are getting what I call a Birmingham mafia. That the majority of the players who are coming are from Birmingham, and they were accustomed to playing with each other from school days. That's one. And really just a look at saying, congratulations to you on the job that you did. But please put data on your phone so that you know just depend on hotel Wi-Fi, and me and Andre can get to you when you're up on the road. That's the only thing I would say. And so Drew Fortis, he can sponsor Mannings man data on the road so he can get to, you know what I mean? But you seem to have done a successful job. I didn't hear any of the gripes that I normally hear when I'm around the team. You know, so it must be that kudos to. But there are other serious matters that I am going to take up. You know, I'm going to take up in other spaces as to why, as an accredited member of the media, I was refused entry into the media group, even though several requests were made. I found that to be very distasteful. But all in all, I have bright hopes for the future. Congratulations, Coach Hallgrimson. We scored a lot of goals. We got to cheer the team along. And last but not least, man, when we come tomorrow, we really have to talk about this setup that reached the semifinals vis-a-vis the 2 setups, including one under Coach Whitmore, that made it all the way to the finals. And what are the lessons that we can learn? But thanks for having us. Good to have you back in Jamaica. Andre, it's good to have you. Maybe next time we'll talk about the knockout, the group stage, so you don't feel so uncomfortable.
Andre, what's you? Because I have some very important update to give to the people, you know, but let Andre go and then I'll give them.
Katarock, is always a pleasure, buddy. It's always a pleasure. But there's a couple of things you need to straighten out with us today. I don't know if you're going to do it next time when you talk about the group stage, or if you're going to do it now. I think I saw some comments in there. People are interested in knowing what is your favorite fast food. and I think you have to tell us exactly what happened, why you didn't make it to the Mexico game. Man, these are good conversations as
I
usual.
will answer your question. The lady laughing in the background put a stop on the bank account because it was being emptied at a rapid rate. See, there you go. There you go.
There you go.
See what you create problem in a house. You create problem in a house. You see you Trini.
Yeah, hear that now?
The lady that's ready to come on the program. Please, I have to go, gentlemen. I have to go. There may be some domestic violence. There may be some pots flying here. Help, save me.
Have a good day, Katarock.
Later, Katarock.
Yeah.
Management is always good conversation, and some of the things that's being discussed here, I know that I would like to see them happen for Trinidad, and it's sung as though for Trinidad and Tobago that your national team is at a place when you talk about the science and the availability, because I know it's very important to the clubs to get that data and get that data immediately, because those players, they're not just players that play for those clubs, they're assets to those football clubs. So they want to know that they've been treated properly and been taken care of so that they come back, if not at the same level they left, but even at a better level. So that's good to hear that it's happening in the region. And I just hope that one day we'd have some of these conversations, just like the media. As I mentioned earlier, the media getting to know the players by having Gray and I know Bailey is doing some adverts there, but having them in the media so that the fans get to know them, that create that excitement and get rid of that conversation about local versus foreign. So I know that you guys going to sort all of that stuff out, just like you did some of the stuff in it. But keep the conversation going, and hopefully, my hope again is always that Trinidad is listening, either by accident, and they could start to do make some of the adjustments you all make. And I don't know, a fan base, a supporters club. Do you all have a coaches association in Jamaica?
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah.
Right. But a supporters club is going to be huge.
Yeah.
I hope
we have had a supporters club since 1997.
Well, I do. Well, again, I can't understand how you didn't make it to the Mexican game. I just can't, because a lot of other supporters make it. So maybe it's not functioning well. You're the one running it? Are you the one running it?
I run the ultras, sir.
It's Kyle. Kyle is responsible for that. But let me say this. Listen, I want to say a big thank you to Kronke, Katarock, Andre, because while I was not here, it was very difficult to do any program, and you guys did a fantastic job. I had a couple of complaints about Katarock, being overly exuberant, especially when Jamaica was playing Trinidad. But outside of that, the comments were very good and positive, and really appreciate you helping out with that. And to all the persons, the truth is, whether or not people appreciate what happens on these platforms, I must say that the national team got a lot of support. Like when we needed to move from one point to the other, there were persons who we connected with through YouTube on these platforms that were able to come out and support. Many of you reached out to me. I can't call all the names, right? Because I don't want to forget any names. I met some of you, and it was a good thing. And even the person sometimes that we have robust debates and discussions with, when we meet up for the games, everybody was just so cheerful and good, because at the end of the day, we can argue, but we can still be Jamaican and love and support our team. So I just want every single one of you to know that I appreciate every single one of you. The platform has grown, even though I wasn't on it, right? We have some setback with our what they call it again?
Super chat, super sticker.
Super chat, but just for the purpose of peace, I don't want to get into it as to all explain to you what has happened, but it's just part of life, and there are people with other motives and reasons for doing things, but we understand. The good Bible teaches that as much as it is up to you, live at peace with all men, and we choose the path of peace because we want a better Jamaica. So in the interim, we have a Zelle. If you look on the screen, there is a Zelle. So you can go ahead you know, yeah, and give to the Zelle, right? Yeah, through the Zelle, because that's the easiest way. Like I said, if I were to tell you on this platform, it probably create some controversy. But so I don't want to do that. But in due time, we will have it going again. But thanks to every single one of you who came out, who called, who gave something. Some persons just said, listen, anything the team need right now, you want me to come and pick you up, bring you somewhere, they were always there to support. Big up and kudos to you. And you know what I love? You see the YouTube fan base, when they come to the game, none of them call and say, management, want you no ticket. None of them don't call and say, management, you have no shirt. No, they want to buy their tickets, they want to buy their shirt. To the ladies, Opal and Karel, I mean, they were at every single game. Kiri, every game. Neo, Bam, AQ, Katarock, who got lost. You understand me? Gary. I mean, big up on yourself. Yeah, Fabi. I mean, big up on yourself. So many. Many of you. You understand me? The people in Chicago who welcome the Reggae Boys, big thing they had. For the community, they are big thing. The people out in St. Louis, the guys.
Big up the man with the jerk chicken pot in the people in stadium car park. We just feed the masses.
Yeah, man. The people from
the man stop sell and just start eat with.
So
big up yourself, brother. May God bless you.
Yeah, there's some youth from St. Diego High School from out of St. Louis who really came on board. I mean, in Cincinnati, like the former players, you understand me? A man cook a mean stew chicken from a St. Diego student as well out there in Cincinnati. Tyrone Marshall, Freddie Butler was there, past players, Omar Cummins, Shavar Thomas, just so many people. When we went to Las Vegas, there's Omar Daly that was there. I mean, so it's a big, and this is what Jamaica's supposed to be, you know, that wherever we go, we come together as a people, because I keep on saying it, we are better together than we are apart, and we need to do that. And when I speak for the entire Caribbean. Yeah, man. Jason Guna, I never heard from you. Brain Drain never showed me still, but bless up for yourself.
Yeah, and speaking of brain drain, man, in your WhatsApp, I have provided the pictorial evidence of Katarock at the front of the plane, enjoying the finest lifestyle.
I see
brain drain.
People
provide the same.
I saw the pictures, but to be fair to Katarock, let me say now, when I look at these pictures, right? All right, but further investigation, I see a foot on one, but I don't sure if I don't know if the body is Katarock, because all I see is the foot. So I'd have to talk to somebody who know him if they can identify the foot. That's one. All right. So I don't know that it is Katarock in first class. Then I see food in the first class section, but Katarock is not in the picture. So I don't know if it's somebody food and take picture of. So no matter I give it them. So I can show it. I'm going to show them tomorrow. Then when I see Katarock, none of the pictures of him are in first class.
What are you talking about? Did you see the leather seats where I sit? What are you talking about, man?
The entire airplane of leather seats.
What?
Yes, you didn't know that?
No, sir. Wrong up back. The back bench. You asked me the difference between a bench and a seat. Round at the back I played as a bench, the man. Easy.
What are you talking?
The influencers make it look like they're on private plane and stuff, and they're not there.
I've had enough of it. I am going to take pictures of my boarding passes. You are not getting away with this. And brain drain, pictures of you at the venue, sir. We're awaiting them, sir. Good. Yeah. But pick up on them, man. It's wonderful and blast to have the whole team back. Welcome, man. You certainly added flavor to the thing.
Yeah, man. TNT versus Jamaica, July 24th, which is next week.
Where?
In Trinidad. That's what Andre was inviting you to.
Come on, now, buy a ticket.
What is it? On the 9? Or on the 3s?
It's the future Reggae Boys.
Katarock, this picture where you have on with I think it marked with Golden.
Go with Golden.
That is in a plane?
Yes, sir. or it might be in the first class lounge, whichever one. I don't know. I've sent you. I've got enough of them. I am going to provide. Look here, man. Man is an oligarch. Man is not a peasant. That's all I want to say. Braid Dread, where are you? Good.
Somebody wants you to explain what it's
pick up in this conversation. But people, big
up the whole I want them, man.
So again, if you want to sell, there it is. Very easy. You can send us support the channel.
Send the contributions. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you've been living in the wilderness.
Hit the like, subscribe, and share. And please do not. Please do not miss the games. Do not miss the games. Do not miss the games in September. Support the Reggae Boys. 100%.
Any man when I come and game them in September cannot come back on the program. The wrench man, them just deal with them. Billions thing, brother. Yeah, man.
Where are your games in September?
In Kingston, sir.
In Kingston?
Where are your games?
Do you know how to get there?
Where are your games, sir?
Do you know how to get there?
Where are your games in the B level of the Nations League? Why are you even chatting to me, Dan? I'm in the A level. Where? Who?
Katarock and Andre. I left you guys as friends and your third enemy. I need to finish.
No, Katarock is my boy. I just want to make sure he's safe.
Yeah,
so here what to do. Call me after the show, and I'll help you organize how to get to the game. Okay? I don't want you to miss it.
Anyway, remember the Reggae girls are at the World Cup. Big up Jody Brown, although she got a slight injury in the last game. Whisper is also back in the States. He's traveling with the Chelsea team, training him. So big up Dujan, Whisper, Richards.
You had me worried because when he said Whisper, I was at the Women's World Cup. So you had me wondering. So you have to put a comma or a full stop marriage, please.
I haven't done this in a while. But I am management. This is I Am Sure Sports. And you know, when you get to this point of the show, we say we are over and we are out of here.
Yo, watch about dog. SK New Erdis. The body out there. Sniper King I represent for I Am Sure Sports. You get to me, I say, when you want the latest news and sports and updates and all of that, check out I Am Sure Sports. You know the thing goes in. Remember, cover the whole island. Remember Kingston, Westmoreland, Galchester, Ocherase, Galtigo Bay. Everywhere. I Am Sure Sports. Check it out for the latest news and latest updates. Sniper King I represent. Where them feel like? Ha, yeah. Someone on for the food from young, from where they knee height. I Am Sure Sports. Yeah, dog.